sleep. All these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see, I close my eyes and I see. Careful who you choose as a target. Get it of a war, yeah, think I'm on it. I don't think you know what you started, 'cause one of us is ending up in a coffin. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation, 'cause nothing to say, then you better say it. Just know that you're what you saw. Close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see, I close my eyes and I see. Strange how quickly you went silent. Wait, now you're saying you're not about it. Don't stop, you should keep on talking that talk. Let's see if you can walk. Close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see, I close my eyes and I see. Tiptoe, careful what you wish for. You don't wanna end up in my space no more. Wishful thinking you might get home. You might have to gamble with your life for mom. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation, 'cause nothing to say, then you better say it. Just know that you're what you saw. Close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head, they beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see, I close my eyes and I see. Careful who you choose as a target. Get it of a war, yeah, think I'm on it. I don't think you know what you started, 'cause one of us is ending up in a coffin. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation, 'cause nothing to say, then you better say it. Just know that
The South thinks we're their salvation. That there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
The southern armistice line is under attack. All units on full combat alert. Repeat, all units on full combat alert.
They don't realize how deep they're in. Or how far Abis will drag them down.
Abis, what's your location?
We're on site in Marulos, heading to the AO.
You know where Ajax is. Careful. No fuck-ups.
Roger.
Shift's almost over. Hold tight. It's almost light out.
In position, waiting for orders.
Where are they coming from? Protect the captain! Bring more ammo! Hurry! Target upstairs! Fuck! Captain's down! Captain, I don't see him.
Ajax left.
Bastards playing with us.
HQ, we need backup.
Captain. What are your orders?
Surround.
Civil War tore Kimona apart. They may call it a demilitarized zone, but really, it's just a no man's land. Unthinkable darkness is buried deep beneath inside.
What the hell happened here?
Beyond the ruins of war, wealth remains. You can choose to work alone, or team up with someone you trust. But never forget, you're not alone. There are other operators, warlords, foreign factions, and local militants to overcome.
Forward! I'll cover you!
I don't care why you're here, but you need to be prepared. Your job's not over till you reach the extraction point alive. Build your own throne, operator.
The South thinks we're their salvation. That there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
The southern armistice line is under attack. All units on full combat alert. Repeat, all units on full combat alert.
They don't realize how deep they're in. Or how far Abis will drag them down.
Abis, what's your location?
We're on site in Morelos, heading to the AO.
You know where Ajax is. Careful. No fuck-ups.
Roger.
Shift's almost over. Hold tight. It's almost light out.
In position, waiting for orders.
don't see him.
Ajax left. Bastards playing with us.
HQ, we need backup.
Captain. What are your orders?
Surround.
Civil War tore Kimona apart. They may call it a demilitarized zone, but really, it's just a no man's land. Unthinkable darkness is buried deep beneath inside.
What the hell happened here?
Beyond the ruins of war, wealth remains. You can choose to work alone, or team up with someone you trust. But never forget, you're not alone. There are other operators, warlords, foreign factions, and local militants to overcome.
Forward, I'll cover you.
I don't care why you're here, but you need to be prepared. Your job's not over till you reach the extraction point alive. Build your own throne, operator.
Tiptoe, careful what you wish for. You don't wanna end up in my space no more. Wishful thinking you might get home. You might have to gamble with your life for a moment. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. 'Cause when I say, then you better say it. There's no surgery that you saw. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Careful who you choose as a target. Get it over war, yeah, think I'm all in. I don't think you know what you started. 'Cause one of us is ending up in a coffin. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. 'Cause when I say, then you better say it. There's no surgery that you saw. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me dead. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in my head. They beat me blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see. I close my eyes and I see. Strange how quickly you went silent. Wait, now you're saying you're not about it. Don't stop, you should keep on talking that talk. Let's see if you can walk. Close my eyes and I see red. All these demons in my head. blue, they want me. I close my eyes and I see all these demons in the
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the second evening of the ABI Showdown. Arena Breakout Infinite Showdown is the full name of the thing. I think that's the only time I'm going to say that during this broadcast. I think we're going to call it Abis. Much cooler name anyways. My name is Kovo. I'm joined by the fantastic Seal. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing fantastic, dude. Like, I am so happy with how the games went yesterday. I cannot wait to get into more incredible ABI show matches.
Yeah. We have the second side of the bracket for you tonight. If you don't know what the heck you're watching, we have a big tournament set up for you guys. We have many teams fighting it out, and we've already had the first day. We had semifinal 1 yesterday. It was an absolute blast. It was a very decisive semifinal. 2 teams just completely pulling away, running away with things, and we have the second semifinal. So we're deciding 2 more finalist teams. And then we're also deciding the Mayhem team, but we'll speak about more of that in a second. But what you have to know is we're going to play 5 matches of some of the most competitive ABI that you've ever seen. But before we do, we should talk to you a little bit about what's going on in the game, shouldn't we, Seal?
Yep, inside the game. So not what these players are playing around, but what you guys can access if you just launch the game right now is the Red Drops Fest. First of all, in Farm, there are airdrops that'll spawn in the map. 1 on Lockdown, 2 in Forbidden. These airdrops will contain minimum 3 gold items, but you can also find even more valuables like reds in there. I know that the guy next to me even found one the other day when we were getting some games in as well. So it's definitely possible. You can definitely do it, but there's also more in the game as well. Daily red lotto, so you can potentially pull some reds out of match, but also, and this is the important part for me, is that a gold ops quest line where you can actually gain coins, which you can use to buy skins. To access the store to buy these skins, you just go to store and then bundles. There's tons of skins and bundles that you can buy, including guns like the AEK, the AUG, the SJ, the P90, all guns that I'm sure is a staple in any of you guys' loadouts. Check it out right now. It's tons of value, all for free, just for playing the game.
Yeah. Tons of value that you can get yourself. There's more stuff coming in the future as well. I think if you looked at the bottom there, you got a little excited to see the RTX 5070 as well. I know I have. I'm still on a 4070. I'm still living in the past. So there's going to be some good stuff coming your way from the ABI side of things, just as we have some good stuff coming your way this evening. We're going to talk you through what teams are playing, what they're playing, how many games, what the prizes are, everything before the game kicks off. And we should start with the format. We have 5 teams of 4 streamers tonight, the second half of 10 teams total. We're going to play 5 rounds. And I think the game points are similar to what we've seen in the past, aren't they, Seal?
Yep. So loot value plus the kill count times 1,000,000 plus the amount of reds that you get times 10 million isn't always relevant. Sometimes you're not finding a red every game. I think that we had 2 or 3 come up yesterday. So what this means is that, find a red, you get 10 million on top of the value of the red. You get yourself a kill, that's 1 million before you even loot the body. You add those together with the total loot value from the team, and that is the calculated final score of your team's points for that raid. Add in the 5 raids together, and whoever has the most points wins the day.
Yeah. To put that into perspective, our first place team yesterday had 100 million, and 85 of those were loot points, while the second place team had 85 million points and had 22 out of those being kill points. So more kills than the first place team, but significantly less loot. And I think it's fair to say that generally loot will outshine kills here. You just bag so much when you take down an enemy player, when you take down an enemy team, but you do have to extract for it. You don't just get it from looting, you do have to extract for it, and we've seen that that's been challenging. let's look at the prize pool, see what these guys are playing for. And I think the number one thing I'm excited for when I see this prize pool isn't the $5,000. That's a nice chunk of change. But getting your own stickers in the game is just sick, isn't it?
It really is. There's a couple of ABI partners that already have some of their stickers. So honestly, getting two of your stickers in the game that's like bragging rights of the likes of which I've never seen. But for some people to get their first sticker, or even like something they can have designed just like on their own or with their own team, and then just being able to inject that straight into the game, could be used as a sticker. I think it could also be used as a spray if it's implemented in that way. There's just leaving a permanent mark on the game just through this competition is an incredible reward in its own right.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the teams that are competing for this prize point. They're competing for the monies. And they're going to start with Team Lucifer, the possibly most international team I've ever seen. I asked them where they're from. They said Czech, USA, Dubai, and Finland. That is as widely spread across the planet as you maybe could be. I'm excited what they can do. They said basically we're coming here, we're trying to have some good games, we're trying to have some fun. This is our first tournament experience. We don't have high expectations on ourselves, but that's a good thing, honestly. That's a thing I like to see because that takes a little bit of the pressure away.
Absolutely. Next team that we're going to be seeing is going to be Mike Z. It's going to be Mike Z, Hicks, Shojan, and Tui. Now, I don't know a ton about these guys. They haven't played any of our previous events, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that I think it's a Polish team, or am I mistaken there, Kowo?
That's the Latam team. So Mike's is the Latam team. We have our stand-ins are going to be the European team, but we have two teams coming up here that you will know plenty about. We have Core Bree playing with Warren, Banville, and Neurosplit. Those are names that you are very familiar with. I'll let you yap about them. And the next team, everybody in chat will know as well.
Before we get to them, Corbury is in all of his groups. So they have experience in the extraction shooter genre, specifically in the esports scenes for all types of games. They may not be the most ABI endemic guys in the world, but they are definitely familiar when it comes to like analyzing just the battleground and making the correct decision in front of them. They're definitely not going to be running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Corbury specifically is going to be IGLing this team, so I'm excited to see what he gets done with Warren, Banville, and Neurosplit.
Yeah. Next team on the list is GL.
Boy.
Playing with Tinnick, Melt, and Yurt. And I have some fun news for you guys. Melt's forgot to download the client. So I think they might be starting the first game as 3. We'll see how that plays out. We'll see if he gets in time. But a small mishap, I think, happening on the side of GL's team.
Oh my goodness, they didn't show up for rehearsal, and now this is what they get. They promised they were going to be okay. This is interesting, though, because GL, in my eyes, was the favorite on the day. Now, we were talking to him a little bit, and he said that he was going to be running it down. I'm not sure if that's the correct strat. Last event, specifically in the mid-season clash, they brought out the most interesting, like, event-specific strategies. Hiding their own loot so other people wouldn't find it was very relevant. Other people did attempt to scavenge the fights that GL's team got in and won and could not find it. They literally just found they dug a hole in the woods in the back of the map on Valley, for example, and just hid all of their crap back there, and no one was able to find it. Following it up is going to be Melt, Yurt, and the Ninja of Northridge himself, Tinnick. I am so excited to see what strats he's going to pull out today.
Last team on the list is our stand-in team. We had some players drop out, and Sticks and the boys came in. Bobber, Bestia, and Borislav. Both basically the most Slavic names I've ever heard. That's where they're from. They're from Eastern Europe. They're here to play. They're here to dominate. They are also one of those teams. They've kind of been a little bit last minute. I think they have zero pressure behind them. We'll see what they can do today. Let's head on over to the bracket, though, where we'll have an overview of all of those teams who are playing tonight and all of those teams that are playing tomorrow. And so that's going to be all... Sorry, not tonight, not tomorrow, yesterday. There we are. Top half of the bracket is what we had yesterday. Team Solo Control and Team Rockstar qualifying easily from their group. And then the bottom left is what you see today. And you already said you had GL as one of their favorites. Am I assuming wrong when I say that Core Bree is probably a second favorite?
I think that it might be Lucifer. I think that they might have more ABI specific experience. Normally, I would say GL just in a heartbeat, but I think that they've been maybe not like as prepared as they could be. But as long as they're going to be going into this with more confidence, if not maybe backing that up with the amount of preparation that they should have brought. If they had specific strategies, I believe in them. But we'll see. They have one win under their belts. That might be enough for them to win the day as well.
Yeah. Quick attention as well to the Team Mayhem. We are picking only 4 teams who go to the finals, and then we are picking the 4 top fraggers from all the teams who don't qualify. So that's going to be a topic that we'll talk about when today is done. We'll have some top fraggers across teams who didn't make it. We are going to throw in a bit of a wrench into the machinery of the final. But let's look at some highlights from yesterday. We've got 5 minutes until the game starts, so don't go anywhere. We're going to check out some of the things that transpired yesterday. And this fight was, I think, one of the turning points where I was just like, wow, okay, damn, this is really starting to work out for Rockstar.
Valley was definitely the upset of the day. Rockstar's team winning a 3v4 versus IMAO. IMAO, unfortunately, just losing 1-2 to Rockstar on the day as far as team fights go. This is another one of the really, really crazy fights on the day as well. In Northridge, on the top left, that fight just lasted so long. A couple people that were only able to luckily get to their extracts on Northridge.
Yeah.
I think we killed the team.
IMAO really getting a whole lot of stuff done on this map.
I'm coming by them. I'm coming by them.
Really good map that they had.
I'm pushing.
Armory. And solo control, super consistent. Making it through the maps, fragging on every map. Getting points on the board on every single one of them. That was a big deal breaker for everybody else in the lobby. And a bit of a crazy fight there from Giado. He flicks to the ceiling. I actually watched his stream after the tournament. He actually saw a dead body hanging from the ceiling. Like, it was absolutely cursed what he saw when he came around that corner.
Oh my goodness.
He was very upset that the one highlight that made it to the mainstream was him just shooting a ceiling. That's the way it goes sometimes, I guess.
Something I actually want to talk about a little bit today is what we're seeing. Obviously, a lot of H4, but a lot of people bringing in some secondary tappers as well. But I do wonder which weapons we're going to be seeing today. I think of all the options that we saw, a little bit of Mosin, a little bit of M110, a little bit of SVD. I think the M110 was one that... wait, hold on. Hold that thought. That was actually one of the craziest moments of the day. Lucifer, or it was Nate, actually, from Rockstar's team, did not end up getting the kill point because Solo knocked himself due to falling and then bled out in the radar base. He was, I think, actually quite mad about that, like, at the end of the day, because not only did he not secure that kill, but he was also 2 seconds late to the Armory extract that he pulled to get out through the bottom of radar. So just really salt on the wound for his team, but he can't be too mad. He did win in first place yesterday.
Running towards me from...
Yeah, and Solo as well. I think, well, we said, right, he denied the kill, but he probably would have made it if he didn't hit that last jump, right? When you see it in hindsight, when you watch that replay back from the outside, it's quite easy to see that they would have just won that fight. They would have, or sorry, he would have just lived as we're watching Rockstar and their next fight. This was one of those where they just locked it in. They got third parties, locked it in either way. Rockstar... He hasn't had the best.
There's a lot of wait.
By the way,
Two down on the road.
A lot of his teammates were really popping.
Yeah, some of this replay package kind of feels like a Rockstar death reel, but at the same time, no disrespect at all. Like, his team won, and I think that his experience as a coach in IGL and other esports has honestly just helped his team a lot, even from the grave. It's a lot of value that you can provide if you can actually still help your team despite not being in the game anymore.
Yeah. A lot of value provided, as we saw IMO there at the end, who was actually one of the top fraggers of yesterday, right? His team wasn't close to qualifying, but he could still make it in to the Mayhem. I think he's in second place right now with 4 frags yesterday. The only one beating him was Baby Rage with 5. So a lot of frags were on that crit solo team, but they were really split apart. So that's a bit of a different story. What we should be looking at, though, is Farm. Farm is coming up. Farm is the first map of today. It's one of the simpler ones. I would like to think it's one of the easier ones, but it was absolute chaos yesterday.
Yeah, so I think that if you look at this map from like the amount of experience that you have as a player, you see Farm as one of the more simple maps. It's just 3 lanes, you get across the map, you extract on the opposite side of what you spawned. But in practice, what that means is because the map is split up into these 3 horizontal lanes, it is extremely difficult to both rotate to the other end of the map while also participating in fights, looting bodies, and getting kills. It's so difficult to do. In fact, yesterday, the only people that got out, I believe, were 2 dudes that took the backpackless extract in the middle of the map. Fights being prompted by the timer, not by any kind of like out positioning or like, you know, third or fourth party. People just couldn't secure any loot. It was one of the least impactful matches of the round.
I think we could also see that was the first map, right? It was the most passive start, and then it was the most chaotic speed up of any of the rounds we had. And I think Solo made a really good point in the post-match interview where he said, like, we were so confused that everybody is fighting just in the center field. It's like it's the worst spot on the map to be. It's the worst spot to be fighting, and literally every team was there. Like, we were so confused, and I think that's absolutely fair. But that's just, I think, players taking it a little too slow and then having to speed up just so frantically towards the end. The players that are playing today have had a chance to look at the VODs, to see what worked yesterday, to see what didn't, and to get themselves ready. How that's going to impact the games today, I'm not so sure, but I'm excited to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, we actually saw from the 2 winners, we saw 2 different styles. I believe Solo's team mostly just playing some good, solid ABI, nothing super crazy that you'd even see super different from your normal round of ABI. Grouping up as 4, trying to support each other in angles, looking for team shots whenever they can, with all the tier 6 armor and the lack of red ammo allowed. We'll go more into the rules on that a little bit later. It can be very, very hard to secure long-range knocks on your own, so grouping up with your team, finding those team shots, helping a lot. Meanwhile, Rockstar specifically going for a 3-1 split. So feeling enabled with that 3-man to push forward, push hard for fights, and then having one guy back to not only cover and suppress different angles, but also if the fight goes south, to just dip out. A Solo can still scavenge the leftovers from, you know, a chaotic battleground and get away with, we saw it in the previous round, like 6 or 7 million on their own, even without a backpack, even more if you do have a backpack equipped.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw that Nate, right, popping off on that Armory was a crazy example of it. Backpackless extract on farm was one of those situations, but we are no longer baiting you. We are going into the game. First round is kicking off. The players are in the lobby. Farm is on the cards. 5 teams, 4 players each. Starting on Zoo right now. The chat is full of Zoo, Spam, Bestia, Bobber, Styx, and Borislav. Probably not the best spawn to be playing this map, but they're speeding it up fast.
Yeah, they got the grain spawn, looking to get control of this POI ASAP, being very, very concerned about the opposite spawn over on the lakeside. Usually when we see a team get the spawn, they don't actually rush this POI. They actually just play in the buildings behind cemetery, or maybe even behind the cemetery itself. Getting control of this POI is going to give them a couple of safes. As we mentioned before, able to get a red from a safe that is going to be 10 million. However, to talk again more about the rules, you have a red, cool. In this event, you do not have access to your safe container. You're not allowed to use it. So if you get a red, you need to also extract with it without dying. It'd be very, very difficult on farm, as we saw yesterday.
Mike's and the rest of the squad. Oh, they're so close here, actually.
They are.
Might have been close enough to hear that suppressed shot here. That's
Definitely.
Lucifer. And the rest of the team loading area. He's taking some risky peeks here over the top. But he wants to get that information nice and early. That's the safe being unlocked as well. Love to get that red right away. Love to get out ASAP, but I'm anxious for him a little bit with the position that he's got. We know there's a team here.
This is one of those angles where if you're playing in a lot of pubs, you can kind of catch some people off. But these are the kinds of guys, like if I'm Mikesy, I'm pre-firing, or I'm pre-aiming that angle through. Started hearing some nades pop off, though, as we see Mikesy trying to break into Villa. Not checking that angle on top of the fence. Not getting punished for it right yet either. It's like, oh no, there it is. Some shots coming out, ringing in the back. No armor hit, only a couple of limb damage. Honestly, that's immensely lucky to not have taken a harder hit there.
Yeah. Not respecting that angle for now, but we already see it. He realizes right after. Lucifer luckily got off the angle there in the end and not able to convert that. That could have been a knock flush extremely early on into the round. Remember, we started the round with 19 as well, so we're already starting with one player down. Already starting it without melts. That's a lot of damage done. I think you hate to be stuck in this villa building, no?
It's hard to move from. And one more thing to note regarding rules, we're hearing some nades getting chucked. I'm not sure exactly on whose side. We do have a util limit though, 2 lethal and 2 tack. So if you're gonna use these nades, you have to be like reasonably confident that they're gonna get some value. But so far, these nades, these utils being used, it seems extremely speculative more than anything.
I think we can just chalk that down to players not being super experienced with this format, right? Nobody's experienced to a nade limit. It doesn't exist in public games, so it does make sense. A nice hitshot from Tibby. Maybe buys him the time to get out of dodge there, because he was not in a good spot either.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where I'd be excited to kind of wrap around and behind the villa into the shanties next POI over. That's what I'm kind of chomping at the bit to do. I hate being stuck here, but if there's a third team, or even if the loading team has stretched over the hill or even all the way to the shanties, then you could walk yourself into an ambush. You got to kind of feel out how many people are holding you from loading and whether or not you should just bull rush your way in there or rotate away.
Another nade being committed. Nice and early. Yeah, it's tricky. I know that, at least in my raids, there's also multiple spawns are outloading, right? So you gotta make sure that you're not walking into another team when you try to go for the flank. But here, the southern side seems a pretty easy way to get out. The question is, how much do you want to risk? Just getting shot in the back, getting caught on transition. And it's looking like Lucifer and his squad are the ones that are going to be moving on from this. Maybe going a little bit towards small hall. Deciding that they want to play the game. I like the proactiveness from them so far. I like that they're moving nice and early. I'm a little concerned because... Oh, damn. Wait, are they really interested in pushing this? They're going straight down the middle.
It's hard to say. If they cross the road, the answer is going to be yes. That's a pretty hard POI to crack if they're going to sit there. Obviously, rotating from it can be dangerous, but if you're just willing to sit inside of the villa, then that's a whole different ballgame entirely. Considering they're not crossing the road, just kind of setting themselves up, moving westward towards Small Hall, might be the play for them. In the meantime, we actually have another team bypassing Motel entirely, heading toward the shanties. This might actually be our first point of contact.
Oh, that's going to be a straight-up fight as well. That's going to be a brawl. I like the early push here. Lucifer actually getting tagged a little bit in transition. I think he might have been healing from earlier as well. He was getting tagged up by a scaffold he ignored earlier, something like that. But they are respecting this quite a lot. They're holding the angles down. They're trying to control the space. But I'm excited to see what the heck happened on that southern side. Lucifer is checking every bush. He saw the clips from Rockstar yesterday on Valley. He was like, we're not dying to somebody sitting in a bush. But now they've moved on to what I think is... It's not a fantastic position to be in either.
Yeah, I have not actually seen anybody specifically hold this POI. It does kind of check all the boxes of like a long-term home, though. You're central enough that I think that you can hear a fight happen wherever. There's a bunch of walls, choke points when entering the compound. So, you know, if we have any of our players getting knocked when they're taking any of these head glitches, they're just going to be able to get rezzed relatively easily. If they want to rotate away, they can go out through the back door. It's not something that I've seen used, but I don't actually think it's that bad.
Yeah. Would be interesting to see if there's a team small hall, right? To see if somebody's really close by. Get a quick look at Warren and the rest of the gang there. Abra.
GL.
That's the team that pushed straight on through, and I love it. I think they might walk into a really good fight here, because nobody's going to expect them to be here so early, right?
Well, I would have agreed with you if I hadn't heard that nade get popped. I'm not sure who's chucking them. I wonder if this is going to make the original group from Lucifer turn around. I think that the intent here from GL was to try to instantly rotate across the map, catch out one of the late rotators across the map with their pants down. But right now, with nades already getting used before a burst from either team has even really gone out, I don't think this is going to give them a lot of value. Holding the shanties here is also it's very, very easy to be thirded. We're seeing some wide sight lines from their rear, but also the big hill to their north is extremely imposing. It's really easy to get trapped here in the shanties if you're not going to make a push. I think that you might want to vacate this area like as fast as possible.
Look at his helmet as well, by the way. He's already been tagged up pretty heavily. So he already took a few shots there, and that's probably how that whole engagement started. He's been saved by the helmet, but took a chunk of the HP away there. And there's Warren Banville. Team Corbry hanging out. Being chilling.
Is this the little yellow? Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the house next to where that little
setting
shop
up a
is.
camp. Yeah, I think that's on the shop, exactly. Next to the artificial lake. Just hanging around.
Okay, so something that we talked a lot about in the previous events was power positions, making sure that you're in a central POI to third party a fight if you hear it happen. Motel is empty, Stables is empty, and Small Hall is empty. So all of these power positions that we keep talking about as being like, important things that you can hold in case you hear something popping, every single one of them is vacated, probably because everyone's strategy did not involve getting there early. They're just assuming that those are not options right now. Villa still being held defensively extremely here by Mike C, and I don't blame them at all, considering that they got hit #1 from loading, and now their alternative rotation route is now being camped in the shanties by GL. I don't exactly... If I was them, I would not feel comfortable rotating anywhere. This is one of those situations I think is correct to bunker down and then react to something that you're hearing. Maybe a fight across the map, maybe you hear the shanty team GL getting hit from the side, but I think that bunkering up is the correct decision here.
I think there's a solid chance here that it actually does work out for them, because of the way that GL pushed up, right? There's a chance that evolves into a fight. I don't think it's a high chance, but it's pretty much the best out that they have. And I think the reason that GL pushed so fast might have just been hearing the nades early, right? They might have just heard that spawn fight and said, okay, immediately cutting across. Nobody's going to expect us. Maybe we get an immediate third party, but didn't work out that way. And the other team on their side is just absolutely camping it up.
Everybody is trying to just turn up the opportunism up to 11. Just catch someone rotating, try to third party a fight. The problem was the fight has the world's biggest air quotes around it, considering that Lucifer immediately rotated away. And as well, I don't remember who our grain team was early on, but Corbury trying to camp out one of the specific grain team rotates. Now, this can be fine. It's one of those low risk, high reward maneuvers where you're only camping one of the 3 rotation routes out of grain.
Oh my god.
However, they're actually crossing, not actually over on spine, but rather right above them.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the reason. I think maybe Warren and the rest of the squad just spotted something, heard something, and decided to camp out for that reason. Decided to try and camp out the grain team that they spotted or saw anywhere. But I feel like the game is very up here, right? I feel like everybody knows what's going on. There's no way you'd be holding this passively if you didn't know there's a team close by. I say that, maybe that's just a game plan, right? Wait it out, hope somebody rotates into you. But it does feel a little bit like both teams know what the name of the game is.
Yeah, if this is Old Farm, I think that holding in that little yellow house would provide a lot of value, but considering they can't even properly camp out their own lane, and there's a team that has now made a home on the high ground above them, I mean, that's going to be incredibly awkward for either team to make any type of play. However, over toward the shanties, Shanty versus Villa, GL started to take some angles on one of the 2 escape routes as his teammate also starts closing the gap. Sniper Scav is hitting one of GL's teammates, some H4 return fire popping up there, so Villa team still knows the Shanty team is nearby. This just seems like such a hard push from GL.
Yeah, especially because we're not sure where Lucifer's team is holding up, right? They might just be lying in wait for a third party as well. They might have heard these shots. They might have heard the nades being chucked and realizing that something's going on there. It really does draw so much attention to hear that util being expanded early, right? Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing just signals a fight like throwing out a quarter of your util immediately, right? One nade is a quarter of what you got. That's not something you want to be baiting with, and that's not something you would do lightly. So I'll have to wait and see how this transpires. The only good thing for GL is... Oh, I like it. I very much know what's going on. The only good thing for GL is he's already moved really far towards the extract, while the other teams will just be sitting in that building on the wrong side of the map, right?
Yes, if you're able to rotate across the map early, which a lot of teams in their previous and yesterday could not, hold that thought. GL closing the gap, busting down the back door. We actually have a knock, I believe. I think they were able to get an entry, getting the flush as well, turning this into a fair and balanced 3v3.
That's sick. That's sick. The aggression actually working out. Didn't see that one coming. Now the peaks are coming through. Very aggressive. So far being very successful with it. There's a swing. There's a peak. There's a good bit of damage done. They want to close this out, and they've done a good job so far. Because we have that util limit in place, that room is not immediately blowing into smithereens. If they can just team up here and clear these angles out together, I think they're in really good shape.
Something to note as well is that losing a teammate means you only get 6 grenades instead of 8. Every single piece of util is going to have so much more value. It's not going to stop them from just chucking everything they have. If they can kill this team in extract, they could find themselves in as one of the only teams with a top tier position. Checking some nades into that side door, checking to see if anyone's in there. I don't hear a grenade tick. I believe everybody left in this Villa team is hiding on the second floor, and if you thought the push into the bottom floor was hard, wait until you go up top. 3 doorways all watching a single choke. That might... Oh my god, they're sending it! These guys are crazy!
These guys are so aggressive. I love to see it. GL does not mess around. The angles are being held from up top. The crossfire is there.
I think he just got one!
They do realize it. This little bit of a headshot comes in. Much easier to defend on this one than to attack, but it doesn't matter. They just want this so bad. They just really want to close this out. We see it in the little split screen, right? We see the crossfire being held from up top, but man, they're so aggressive, Seal.
They really, really are. Even have the SH-65 mask, which is definitely one of the best offensive masks, considering you can swap out the mask. Oh, but this is really, really bad. Losing someone in the initial push. It's going to be almost impossible to get that downed player back down this narrow staircase. Tinek trying to give him some... The nades are too late, though, to secure the knock on the GL. A bit of a flub on the defending team.
You want to overpeak for the nades. I think they threw them very defensively here. They didn't want to get caught peeking with the nade out, right? That means that the res now comes through. The reset is in full effect. I'm not sure how good the armor's gonna look on that res player. But at least they get back up to numbers here. I'm just wondering, right? How good are the chances of them actually getting out of here, even if they win this fight? Because everybody on the map knows that this building is blowing up right now.
If I'm Lucifer, I'm turning around. I'm getting back onto the high ground and seeing what I can get done here. Tinek, though, does still have full armor entry. I think it was GL that went down. He's probably going to be the secondary, not the entry. But now, I mean, you really have to commit to this for GL. You know that there's third parties coming. If you cancel this, you could get ambushed from any number of angles. So you want to commit to this, play to win, but how? You've already expended your limited util. That 3-way hold onto you is just impossible to break without the craziest free fire in the world. And they're even the players on the defense have even been given time to pop a couple of surges, make sure they're all ready and fighting fit. It just seems impossible to break.
That's so hard, man. Question is, like, is there really an avenue out of this? Is there really a world where you loot the bottom guy and get out? I think it's already a big success to be looting one entire player. That's already good points, but getting away from this building with, like you said, the potential of other teams being around there as well. Not a good time, and you have to hit an absolute monster pre-fire on this swing here, right? You have to immediately blast the guy on the right, and then you somehow have to reset, not die, and not get caught. It's hard.
If I'm GL, I think that I'm considering how to get how to confirm the value I've gotten from this fight. You mentioned the down player on the bottom floor, and if I think that's GL specifically, if his armor is really dinged up, secure that body and try to leave, right? You have extracts on this side of the map. You could get out. The players on the second floor do not have control over the external windows. The only thing that could take you out is a third party, which at this point, frankly, is extremely likely to already be sniffing out this fight. But it's also it's a medium risk, high reward. You could easily get upwards of 8 or 9 mil from one of your players extracting. And from what we saw yesterday, that could put you in first place after the first game.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of Nick's teammates. So maybe that is what's happening right now. Maybe we're just sleeping on it. I think he's there in a few steps. They might have left one more player holding. They might have just sent 2 out. I think there's a world where where both make sense, right? You could try and escort one guy to the extract. You escort the low armor guy. You escort him to the extract, and then you come back for more. Something like that could work out. But yeah, there's at least one of his teammates is still here. I'm not sure if the second is as well.
Oh, hold that thought. I see Corbry already down here on this yellow household. It looks like that our high ground team from the zoo are nading into this low ground position. I wonder how this fight started, but some smoke's getting popped out. As it looks like, I feel like from the body language that they're getting hit from 2 sides right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good right now. They want to push the smoke as well. They want to clear this out. I guess there's a knock inside. No, but I think going down in the smoke as well. So looking in really bad shape here on the defense. Trying to move out of that position. You can see in the picture-in-picture that both teams have lost the players. Zoo is down 1 as well, but so far the advantage and the numbers are on their side.
So far, Team Corbry getting absolutely slammed. Util coming down, Molotovs. Oh, but as Vanderbilt goes down, leaving just Warren. I think that's going to cause Warren to simply run for the hills as he starts to get hit in the back. Spray's coming through, but wait, is that a third party?
There's a third party in a big one, in a big way. I think that was 2 knocks there coming in.
Lucifer's
into the
here.
Zoo team. Oh my god, this is exactly what we expected, right? 5 minutes left on the clock. Teams are speeding up the pace. And the third party has well and truly come in. Lucifer trying to clear up that side of the map.
3 bodies should be around this building to secure. We saw a couple of players, holding the grain approach as he gets his head blown off. No knock, straight back to the lobby. What a peek from Borislav.
Zoo on 2, Corbry on 1, Lucifer on 2. This is quickly bleeding into a much, much closer fight than any of these teams would have liked it to be. That's a crazy loot right here. He's just trying to swap out the armor. He's trying to pick up something that would protect him. I think that's the name of the game here for Borislav. Does he know the positions? Is he aware of what's going on? He wants to push this so aggressively. I mean, he's looking for blood.
I know that the adrenaline must be pumping. There must be so much going through their heads right now, but they gotta remember that. Wait, what is all that toilet paper? What am I looking at here?
What?
Anyway, they gotta remember that with 4 minutes left, they have to extract on the other side of the map. This was the grain team. They have no nearby extracts. We are seeing the looting come into play, though, trying to swap at the very least the tapper so they can secure a little bit of value. That we might be seeing a disengagement from them soon, but in the meantime, we see Tui starting to peek into the angle that Nick was holding earlier. I wonder if he is still there. Yes.
Well, we do know that he's still there. Thank you, production. They've really cooked up this picture-in-picture overnight.
Let's go.
Giving us a pretty good idea, and he's actually signaling us there with he was shaking his head there on his little alt look. But I think this is exactly the play. Oh, and he's peeking it. He's actually taking the fight. Wow, okay, he's actually peeking it. I think waiting would have been completely acceptable here. Just waiting for them to come down the stairs and peeking out when you hear the audio, because they either just give up their game and the chances to get any points here, or they come down these stairs, right? There's not really any other option.
I mentioned this a couple times yesterday. Choke points work both ways. If you're defending your own choke point and that's your only way out of your hold, then it can be used against you if the team that you're fighting disengages. That's what we're seeing Nick do. Now, this dude was the playmaker. The smoke are coming out. Nick, just the 3v1, too insurmountable. The smoke, the perfect tool that they needed to rush down that staircase choke point.
I love it. I love it. Smoke's working out. Tactical play works out completely for Mike's. And I think we saw that the other player... Oh, he's on the outside. Okay, never mind. I thought he was trying to evacuate. I thought he was trying to get out. But he's still around and kicking. Skirt. He hasn't skirted just yet. He's trying to hold this down. And he gets absolutely blasted through the window. GL, I think that's 0 points in that first round. I say 0, that's 1 mil for the frag, but they've been taken out, and Mike's with a big comeback. 2 minutes on the clock, though, Seal. Where are they going to get out?
It's got to be backpackless. You just take their guns, you swap out the rifles, and then you try to take backpackless. I don't know if you have time for anything else. Maybe they brought money for the hotel extract, but if that's the goal, you got to run like 300-400 meters in 2 minutes. I don't know if that's happening. Same for Bestia. They got 2 minutes to try to cross the map. They begin dropping a bunch of gear, maybe trying to get yellow. And get out of yellow weight back down to green weight, but look at this. They didn't even give themselves time to search the rigs or the bags that they looted. They could have an extract point open here, but nope, no such luck. The radar tower is not one of the free extracts that they got. I think that at this point we're just going to be seeing some attempted Tetrising to maximize the loot in the rig as they just take backpackless here in recycling.
Take the tier 6 helmet, take the gun, get the hell out of Dodge. I think that's really respectable. 1 minute 30. The only problem is everybody is going for backpackless right now. Everybody is coming to the same area, except Mike's and his team. They haven't really made the choice just yet, right? They haven't dropped their backpacks. Now they do. At least one of them does. They need that speed as well, but they have a minute. So this might actually work out in a way where both of the teams get to extract, and nobody has to die for it.
Yeah, Hicks is definitely late here. If they're going to show up with like 10 or 20 seconds left, if they kind of keep at this current pace. And yep, there we go. Borislaw. Bessie's already gone. Borislaw leaving right now. Oh, that was a near miss. That could have been very, very scary for both teams, but it looks like mutually assured success for once.
Yeah. Love to see it. Apparently farm is just where you backpack less. Apparently that's the meta that we're in right now. Hicks is still trying to juggle that backpack. I don't know why he's even keeping it. I don't know if I don't think there's any other option than to go for the backpack less. Getting the nade out as well, just in case. But they are gonna make it in there. Don't molly your own extract. Just be a little bit careful about where you're putting that down. That would possibly be the worst ever thing to happen. But they will get in there. They should be living. They should be good. And they made a massive push this game, Seal. Massive applause to them. Coming down the stairs with the smokes. They kept the smokes until the very end. They discussed the play, set it up, executed it. Nicely done by them. That's going to be a big first round for them. I don't think anybody else extracted with 3 players.
Yeah, it was 3 players through backpackless, though. I'm trying to think right now. So we had 2 teams extract through backpackless. I think it was Warren from the Corbury team. I don't know if he ended up dying or extracting on his own.
The thing is, I think Warren basically ran away from the fight, right? He ran around the artificial lake. I don't know if he ever made it. I don't know if he was ever successful in getting away. But we didn't see him traverse the map at all. So I don't know if he would have even had time to get past all these teams. Because, again, they were the graveyard kind of spawn, right? So, he would have had to either get across the map or take backpackless as well. We'll get the stats to you in a second. We'll get them when they're here. We're not sure what happened to Warren, but I had 0 expectation for Mike's and his squad to get down these stairs alive, and they just ruled that fight. That was really well done.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the big thing that they showed was just expert use of utility, and I think that we're actually seeing that juxtaposed quite a bit here. We saw, like, on the initial, exchange of shots, a bunch of grenades being used kind of willy-nilly, without any real way to secure damage that you would deal. Nades used to secure knocks, extremely powerful, but nades used, when you don't know where your target is, where you aren't even sure if you'll be able to get any follow-up damage. I feel like that's a little bit less useful. Yeah. However, smoke grenades, like the smoke grenade, even in a 1v3, or I guess in their case, a 3v1. The smoke grenade is the only way that you're going to be able to safely make it down their stairs. And they didn't even lose a player. They didn't even get a knocked player on that crazy push down like a shoulder length choke point. That's incredible value.
It's the worst kind of choke point as well, because they see your legs before you see them at all. You're just a free kill. You're just a free kill coming down these stairs, and they did that perfectly. They executed that perfectly. The one thing I'm curious about is once we see the leaderboard, we'll get clarity. Is whatever happened to Lucifer's team? I don't know if any of them made it out of that fight. I don't think they did. But nope. Yeah, they got the 4 kills and none of them extracted. GL got the 1 kill, no extraction, and Core Bree got points. That means Warren actually got to an extract, right? So he does get some of the gear out. But yeah, Mike's and Sticks, the backpackless extracts, just topping off the lobby. Apparently that's how farm goes.
Yeah, I think that farm is honestly just truly defined by how difficult it is to extract. I think that the macro play from GL actually really combated the difficulties of extracting. You know, you hear a fight going on across the map, you get there as fast as you can. But I think that the really big downside of GL, of their strategy there, was just not securing the loot that they had. We saw later on that the 3-way fight was happening over on the northwest side outside of the artificial lake. So GL, they had this, they had no way of knowing this, but they did have the space to send one guy out and extract. Instead, they tried committing for the fight, looking for different angles, and they lost everything in the process, whereas they could have walked out in, you know, 3rd place in the middle of the pack. That's basically the difference between them and Warren, is that Warren ran and then GL stayed.
Yeah, I think they misjudged a little bit of their tools in that fight, and I misjudged them as well. I was on their side. I would have said, you just hold this and you win. We'll have a look at the highlights. Interestingly enough, Sticks getting out with 2 players, but getting more loot than Mike's team, right? Getting a higher value there. I think they had more frags. Oh yeah, this was one of the key moments. A frag here would have been absolutely massive. He gets tons of damage done, but doesn't actually get any of the points for himself. Huge frag on the sniper scav.
That sniper scav is dead as heck. This push was the defining moment for the GL push. This was some terrain that I was not expecting them to be able to get, but just unfortunately, the 2nd floor choke point too hard to break.
Very close to us. There's a guy on the rock too. I'm dead to this nade.
I killed that. Yeah.
A little bit on Core Bree. Oh, the pre-fire. He's holding that one down. And just get absolutely destroyed. Wow.
I'm just safe to pick.
There's a part of me that just, I hear the HK fire for like 5 seconds, M995 coming out. I just can't think about anything else other than how much money that is. Like, that's just the guy in me, the cheap guy in me.
You're the fucking best.
You're the best. Sick double spray down. Warren, he's talking big before these games started. So far, he's backing it up. Nice little breach through the door as well. Good job. I just, the nerdy analyst in me just loves that the smoke push workout, right? It doesn't only get them down the stairs. It also separates Nick from his teammate. We saw that his teammate was outside and couldn't help from the kitchen at all because it was all smoked, right? So it worked out perfectly. And I think, I don't even blame GL's team there. I think sometimes you just have to accept that the other guys were better than you thought they were, or were better than what you thought they could do, and move on. They'll have other chances. They have 4 more maps to close this out.
And especially considering their circumstances as well, right? They're entering that as a 3-man. So
True.
I think that is going to put you in like a different mindset of just like a perspective of like, it is what it is. We're just going to run it down. And if we're not better, then we're going to die. Like, you know, the alpha does not, like the lion does not concern himself if he loses. Like if he wins, then he win. And if you lose, then, well, you're dead. You don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
Yeah. I like it. I don't mind it. I like to see Warren clutching up. We are ready to listen into the streamers for a little bit until we get game 2 ready for you guys.
That makes me more confident. I don't know, because those dudes threw a lot of nades that fight, so... Can you check the rules? You know where the rules are, you tell me. I'm a bot.
Yeah,
he said, oh, I folded them.
One kill, no extraction, and Core Bree got points. That means Warren actually got to an extract, right? So he does.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
That's so good. Perfect, guys. Perfect job.
Send sad face to Siri because it's kind of they were in the watch
I
position.
was doing so
It was
shit.
unfortunate for them. Unfortunate for them. Very shit position. They just go rushed by everyone.
Yeah.
Also, I
there
fucked
like
up.
3 teams there, or
Yeah,
I told
fucked up.
Siri to sorry.
I shouldn't have played Holo. I should have played SH.
yeah,
I don't
maybe
like to
maybe we
kill
should
them
do
up.
that right now on TV. Maybe we should just play one moto and the rest.
Yeah,
SH.
I can.
Playing
I
moto
can
with commanders.
Do you think SJ is better?
Yeah.
are you taking
I mean,
Tapper? I'm not taking
depends,
Tapper.
'cause
I don't.
I'm
This
not
server
taking
is
Tapper.
server is fucked up. Fuck this.
Yep, that's true.
But you think SJ is still better than Holo?
It's not better, but in case you die, you don't give that much
Value?
value. Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah, you got
Maybe.
right. I will stay like this.
Sorry. Question. Is gas counted as smoke or as molly?
Guys, we need to join the
Smoke, I
new.
guess.
I think I'm good.
Do a call out. Nades, 2 tacticals, 2 nades, heals, surge kit, all stems, 3 of each, all mags on 995, spare 995, PKs, Nebby.
Darren Strings, Mags.
And drinks, yeah,
stacks,
bring drinks.
995. Painkillers, Nebby. I got the.
Make
big
sure you
hill,
join the
got
lobby.
big
The lobby is
surge
open.
kit.
Make sure you join the lobby.
Coming right now. I don't see it.
I wish the commentators could be more.
They're
I
not
wish the
using my POV, like,
dog.
ever.
If they put me as a commentator on this shit, oh my god! If I saw that, I'd be like, there is no way.
With no armor and slapped him.
I told you. They told me McDonald from farm. I told you. Ronald McDonald.
Okay, now it's the main map. Main map. We have 1K each.
Nah, we haven't played this map ever. We're mining farm, so yeah, it's gonna be tough for us, I think.
I think we should put
yeah,
the same guy, Boris.
Yeah, might be.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
TV station now. TV station. We win TV station. We can alter 4.
Let's wipe the
How
lobby
many
now.
How many bullets do you take? 3 stacks or
Yeah,
got-
3 stacks and 2 max. So 100.
2 extra max or just 2 max?
Just 2 max.
I got two max and 3 extra stack. 100.
Okay.
Remember, if we found red, just hide it somewhere in the box or wherever, and we'll get back to it. Now we need to show them how TV should looks like. Let's go.
Remember about the paper. Don't forget it.
Oh yeah, I forgot to buy
Damn.
toilet paper.
Welcome back, everybody. That was our first very short break. We're ready for the second map. We're ready for TV station here in a bit. That was interesting. He said that if they find the red, they just want to hide it and get back to it. They don't actually want to try and extract it. So that's actually, I think, not what anybody else was doing yesterday.
Yeah, that's definitely a high risk plan right there, especially if you don't have one guy that you're planning on keeping back away from the fights. TV as well, also a map that is, again, pretty difficult to extract from. Maybe not as difficult as Farm apparently is, but it's definitely not something where you could just decide to extract it and then magically do so without risk. I do kind of feel like if you do secure that red, that getting out should be pretty high in your team's priority list. Doubly so when you consider the scores from the last round. Some teams didn't even get close to 10 mil.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's absolutely worth it. We saw how many points people were getting on that farm, right? Locking in a 10, 11 mil, just right there. Maybe picking up some scav gear on the way, right? Making it, getting like some tiny little additions, but just securing that red is absolutely massive. As we saw it from Solo yesterday. We saw it from Imo's team, right? It's, I think, just the way to go. But I'm happy to see what they're cooking up, right? I'm happy to see them switch it up. I'm happy to see them try out things that other teams weren't doing, because we are still finding that meta. We are still defining that meta. Coming into TV station, we had our expectations yesterday. Were there any expectations that weren't met for you watching yesterday's round?
I don't think so. This is definitely one of those maps. I mentioned this before. I described it this way: is where it is defined by the 4 quadrants that are around the map, and most of the fights that you're going to be seeing happen are either teams reacting to fights happening within a quadrant, or people being caught out on the rotations between the two. And that's exactly what we saw happen yesterday on the west side, from the connectors between the northwest and the southwest quadrant, near that photography area. That's where all of our fighting happened. Owen just kicking the door down, trying to make a play. They did end up getting 1 wipe, but there's just, I think that we ended up actually having 4 teams, not the 4 entire teams, but at least 4 teams sending bare minimum 1 or 2 people to go respond to that fight, and that is basically what we were expecting TV was going to be. Just a lot of sitting around and then trying to catch someone making a mistake.
Yeah. I think it's it was so early in the tournament yesterday, but it did also seem like everybody's just flocking to that fight, right? Everybody's immediately punishing that mistake, but then when you're the first team punishing the mistake, that usually doesn't pan out all that well for you, because there's still 2 more teams lurking behind. But there's no easy solution to that. That doesn't mean you can just hang back and wait for another team to third party. It's not really how it works. It's just, you got to be so careful about your engagements. You got to really understand what kind of space you're playing, what kind of control you have on the area. And then I think we saw Daniel EVGA, right? Just holding down one area for 15 minutes straight. And then they took their foot just off the gas and let loose a little bit and immediately got destroyed. So tiny mistake and your world just implodes on you, because the first team coming in is only the first out of 4 other teams or 3 other teams that really, really want you down.
Yeah, other maps, Farm, Valley, Northridge, you can usually expect for most of your fights to only have around 3 teams getting involved, getting active, especially just due to the size of the maps. Sometimes other people spawning on opposite sides of the map won't even hear your fight happening, and because of that, you can usually exert some degree of control over these fights, and just generally have a good idea of your surroundings and know, like, if someone does arrive, where they're going to do it and how they're going to do it. For TV, you can just throw that out the window. Like, everyone hears everything out all the time. The suppressors don't do anything. The nades are allowed. Everyone, if a fight happens, it is not a question of, do people hear me? It is a question of, what are they going to do about it?
Yeah. Map's coming up in a few seconds. Breaks are not long on this one. We're trying to get as much gameplay to you as we can. Players are currently loading in. I think we should have 20 this round. I think also we have to give a lot of slack there for GL's team for actually being 3-4 that entire time, right? That fight could have gone very, very differently if they had 4 players standing. Now, looking at the top left, I'm seeing 20 players. They are back up to numbers. And we are watching Bober and the rest of Zoom spawning around the bunker. What do you think about the spawn?
Oh, man, I'm not actually sure if I have any strong opinions on anywhere on the map besides the northeast. That's where a couple of the timed extracts are. But I almost kind of feel like the northwest, the southwest, and the... Oh, hold that thought. Already some fights happening off the spawn. I was wondering where our double quadrant was. It looks like it is here on the northeast as GL fighting over photography.
Nade immediately going out. That's almost the entirety of the util just flying out of the window right away. Shots exchanged. That's a lot of shots landing in the visor of Lapsrat. Takes a lot of damage on the helmet. I think that's a lot of damage as well in our picture-in-picture. Fights are cooking off immediately.
Yeah, immense damage. GL himself not able to get a ton of work done here, but they're still able to be 4 up, holding strong on these long sight lines. Now, I think that playing this type of range is going to decrease the lethality of any incoming fire. So if you end up, getting zeroed out, you're probably only going to be getting knocked. It's probably not going to be just taking you to a full dead state. I think it's a good play considering they have enough space to clutch a res.
The helmet's super tagged up. Armament. Grenade over the top, 2 down. Ready for Zoo. Big round for them on the first one. First fight not going their way at all.
There's the push.
It is aggression from GL. Man's called Labs Rat. No map is more similar to Labs than this. And they are closing the gap here. They're looking for this fight. They're walking on by. They haven't checked the low ground just yet. It might just work out.
I can't tell if this is 3 or 4 teams, but this is some crazy aggression that we're seeing here. Hicks holding in the previous yesterday's fighting hotspot, but in the meantime, GL in our picture here. One team high, one team low. It looks like they cleared out their right angle with immense aggression, but Bobber from Zoo still holding strong here.
Hanging out. Waiting for a mistake, waiting for player to step on by. Knock and immediate finish is what we're going to see if anybody steps on by. Lucifer down. Teammates trying to hold the angle. Oh. Flashlight is edging closer. Oh, that's a horror movie inside of Brimsy. The swing's going to come out. Surely. They're just playing with him. They're just making him doubt himself. Now the stun's going to come out. Surely that's a disengage from the angle. Beautiful free cam from our observers here. There's an absolute army outside of that door.
Brimsy holding strong. I'm not sure where Aura and Siri are. If there's multiple people holding that door, that's one story. But as opening the door, oh, they did not see that coming. Brimsy finding a cheeky kill.
It's a big one.
No, thank you.
There's a good tactic in the process. Tries to reset. Tries to get away from the util. Surely we're looking at most of the util of the map here being expanded already. But I guess 8 throwables per team is quite a bit. They try to reset here. They try to heal back up. They've gotten what they wanted. They have also lost Lucifer.
Truly sounded like a ton of nades. Now, this back electrical room, there is an extract that is open here. I'm not sure if they have it open. They'll have to turn around for me to see if they can do this. It is a timed extract, however, so even if they do have this extract as an option, it's going to have to be within, like, I think 10 or 15 minutes for them to even have that option. They do have a single kill right beyond this door that they could possibly secure, but if I'm GL's squad and I lost someone there, I'm not leaving that loot there. I'm bagging that up and at the very least hiding it so that even if I do lose this fight, I'll be able to reduce the earnings from the team that kills me here.
Yeah. Zoo's not just hanging around, by the way. They're moving now. Trying to improve their position. I like it. We've seen a lot of teams slow it right the hell down whenever they lose a player. They're still trying to play the game here. They're still trying to be proactive. Sorting out the util a little bit. That was a hectic start to the round. Zoo losing 2. I think that was GL's team on the outside door. Getting taken out by Breeze, right? They're losing 1.
Yeah, that was one of the
Lucifer
GL
down
players.
as well.
We have a replay coming down to see exactly what happened. Yeah.
Behind us, bro.
Oh, that's rough.
Don't push. Close the door.
I see how intense that is. Gets caught, close left as well. One more player than he expected. It's a lot of captains out nice and early. Styx is out, Lucifer's out. It's just the margin for error is tiny on this map and tiny in this game mode in general, but on this map it's crazy.
The way Styx died just now has happened to me so many times where you're trying to peek around a door, but your gun is too damn long, and it's just getting pushed into your chest. You can't actually use it, and then while you're ADSing, your scope's just flying all over the place. You can't see what you're trying to shoot at, and then there's just 995 getting rammed into your chest. It's just an unfortunate way to die, and like obviously long barrel, you can't not use it. You have to maximize your damage as much as you can. But, you know, there are downsides. Your gun is longer. That is actually like a stat that is tracked in this game. If you have a long gun, put a long barrel on that, and you put a suppressor on the end of it, you're not going to be able to take those tight turns that something like a P90 would have no problems doing. I love the fact that Warren is actually showing off a little bit of what this SMG can do today.
He can kill scarfs. That is what we know. for now. We've seen, I think, Solo running the P90 yesterday a little bit, but it's definitely not the most favorite gun. Good enough for the angle here, though. Immediate stun comes out the door. Lets them know that he's here.
What am I hearing? What is this USAS that is just getting spammed non-stop? I don't think that's a scav, right?
You tell me. I know that there's two factions, right, on this map. My audio, me understanding gun sounds, not at the level where I can tell you what's going on out there.
I thought I was pretty good at it, but like I was saying, like this USAS spam is kind of confusing. I wonder if there's a boss that I'm not super familiar with that's popping that up. Anyway, looks like that Warren and Corbury and the rest of this squad has decided that this is going to be their home, which is relatively normal. Unfortunately, they did not feel comfortable moving across the map to take part in the three-team fight, and as a result, they're just kind of hitting their safes. I think there's 2 or 3 safes here that they're going to be able to get a little bit of value from. If they do find a red, you have some options to extract, for example, at the elevator in the hallway, but from everything we've seen so far, they don't seem like they're in a rush to get any extractions going. They look like they're looking for the next big thing here.
Yeah. Hoping to third party something, hoping somebody walks into a blender. P90 around the corner. Over's still moving around, Bestia's still moving around. They haven't gone far. They are keeping active. More around that bunker area.
I am wondering what GL's game plan is at this point. They know that they haven't really gotten any proper squad wipes yet. There should be a couple of bodies beyond their dead teammates that are relatively accessible. And wow, this is a rotate and a half. Going from fighting and photography all the way down to directors. I'm not seeing any secured loot, teammates or otherwise, here from Nick, and I can't imagine that Melta is either. I almost wonder if they pulled out too soon. Obviously, if you're down 2, you don't want to be in a position where you're holding down a single 3-man in a doorway with multiple angles, like left and right, being uncovered. At the same time, though, could they have secured some of the loot from the work they put in? I know they got some kills, which is giving them money, but that's not where you're going to get the bulk of your points from.
Twitch chat has just informed me that GL's team has gotten a red. That being said, Twitch chat is never wrong. So far, they're not on their way out, at least not that I can see. We were watching Nick with a very battered up helmet. Still just hanging on. So, what's your play here? What's your play? You got a rate in your backpack, you're 2-man strong. What extract are you aiming for?
Elevator is pretty appealing, I'm not going to lie. They moved away from a lot of the timed extracts on the opposite side of the map. Elevator has a relatively short timer. Maybe some nearby teams won't want to push you. That being said, there is one team that is in a very good position to third party you should you push that button. None of the button extracts, the elevator or the main entrance, are none of them are great to defend, especially if the teams that you're fighting have util. Based on the World War III-esque soundscape that we heard in the beginning of the game, I know that some of these teams do not have much util left. I believe of all the teams that have util, Corbury, who has been sitting on the southwest quadrant the entire time, are basically full HP and ready to fight.
Yeah. Question is how much info do you really have, right? You heard a lot of fighting going on. You actually, you're not really sure what went down. You're not really sure what you're walking into. You could be walking into a 4-man who's just looted another team, right? Who's just geared up to the teeth, ready to, with open arms, receive you if you want to push them on their extract. Or you could be looking at a solo that's trying to get out his red, you know? Not really getting the big picture here. You have to make educated guesses, right? You have to make choices. There's always going to be a bit of guesswork involved.
Okay.
It's not going to be an
really
easy
quick
choice.
That gunfire I was hearing earlier, was Scabs. Apologies for the the game knowledge there. But Bob or Bestia getting some nades sent towards them. I believe this is from Corbury, who were previously bunkering up in the electrical room. Now, this is a extremely difficult position to break for the same reason why that Villa position was also as hard. However, as well, it being a two-man versus the 3-meter Corbury. There's a lot of reasons to not peek into this.
That damage came in, though. We had the impact there. I think it was Bestia from the other angle. That was a bit of the damage. Tags down an arm, at least. Send them a bit further back. Crossfire is there, but... once again, right? Choke points both ways. Said it a few times now. Not going to be that easy for Zoo to push this either. They've been really active, though. I've been really impressed by how much they're moving across the map here. We've seen a lot of waiting it out, waiting for opportunities. These guys have been very proactive, considering that they're a duo.
I like the idea of Bobber and Bestia playing defense. That being said, if I'm Corbury and I have two, 1.5 dead teams in front of me, as well as a timed extract that is about to open up very soon, I have a ton of motivation and a huge win con by just clearing these guys, or at the very least, locking them in this room while I secure the 4 or so bodies that are on the exterior of that room. I would love to see some type of aggressive push to clear these guys out, but at the very least, if you can zone them out, secure the bodies, secure the loot, and then leave, that's also decent. In the meantime, it looks like the main entrance is the extract that is being used by Tinnick, at least one of them leaving secure with the red base.
Still the same door up in 4-4. That is Bestia peeking out of that door. While Bulber holding strong, holding that angle. I think this could easily go wrong, though. This could easily go both ways, these peaks. Few headshots ringing in. HK can do a lot of damage. That is Bestia just trying to get these quick peeks in. Exposing as little as he can by himself for the least amount of time.
Bobber dead. Flank coming from the side as Bestia gets cleared as well. Bobber, no!
You hate to see it. If you're an observer, especially watching Bobber for 4 minutes, the second you go away, immediately taken down, immediately cleared out. Unlucky. I like what Zoo was doing there. I like that they didn't just sit. I like that they tried to play the game. They've been cleared out, and that's a lot of loot going the other way now.
Third party, or the fourth, fifth party, I don't know what number we're on right now, but Mike's in the low ground, up in some frags on top. AEK in his hands, by the way. Not the current meta of the H4. Nate's going to get the top 4, but despite just having arrived 2 weeks, already going down.
Yeah, nice reset on the other side. Immediately catching one off guard, equalizing the numbers a little bit. There's still a 2v3 here. And everybody's bleeding numbers. Nobody's getting out as a 4-man. I don't think we've seen a 4-man extract in the entire tournament. Not going to see one here.
The amount of bodies in the proximity of this one room is insane. This door shouldn't exist anymore, but Showdown, again, the exact same thing happened. We saw that, right? H4 getting pushed into his chest, cannot fire effectively. Mike's, though, coming in from the side. Showdown giving his life to give Mike's and Hicks the timing to flank from that left side in photography. Obviously would prefer not dying that way, but I think we have about like 10 to 12 bodies here, all for Mike's, his teammate, to back up.
Yeah, bag them up quickly. There's still 7 players remaining. There's still 3 teams in this, right? You want to bag them up ASAP. Don't get too greedy. Get yourself, switch out your gear for their gear to increase the gear value, and then just get out of dodge. I don't think you want to sit too long on these bodies. We'll see what the choice is. Mike's is definitely starting the Tetrising here. Searching everything. No toilet paper. Cheese in on this one. And that is one of those 4-mans. It is still gunning for you. Melts is out.
Exciting.
Nick getting out as well.
Corbury still 4-man strong. I don't think that they've taken a single engagement. If they know about the fight happening near bunker, and if they kind of suspect that, like, a lot of gunfire stopped, All right, well, someone's left. There's at least one guy. Like, they've literally been spam firing the entire game. They have a good read for what's going on. This could be the time to strike Mikes and Hicks. However, the Petrusing, the looting is already done. With 2 players up, you don't need to back up all of those 10, 12 bodies. You just need to fill up your bag. We might even be able to see both teams get a fair amount of loot for themselves.
Yeah, there's 2 ways that can go, right? You can pick up the scraps, or you can find the team that's looting and take them out in the process. That's the 2 ways, but so far, I'm not sure how the timing is going to go down. For anyone wondering in chat, by the way, retrieval cases are not allowed. You cannot put your red in there and just get it into your inventory for free. You have to extract with it. So I think that's what they did, and I think that's why we saw it was Melts already out. Nick also heading to extract. There is that sweep coming in. There is that, that army now stomping. I don't mind this, by the way. It's a simple strategy. It's not the most exciting one, but it's so effective if what just happened happens, right? Like, no one got out of that fight clean. The strongest team they're facing is a 2-man. That, for example, look at the helmet here on Mike's. Not really existent anymore. That's already the best helmet he could find. You're walking into just easy grounds, easy pickets.
Everybody finding time to extract. I believe... Okay, so I'm not exactly sure when these extracts open up. A lot of the solos and duos that are left are sitting in little hallways that I believe that this is where they will be opened, but I think that they're only going to be opened in the last 5 minutes. This does mean that Corbury has an opening to catch, I believe, not 1, but 2 teams who are trying to extract but haven't yet. I could be wrong about this. I want to see what happens when you enter the red smoke. No, it is actually just open. Okay, yeah, so there's no timing here. I don't think that Corbury is going to be able to meaningfully interact with the extracts of Mike's or anybody else. Like I mentioned before, though, as we're seeing the picture-in-picture at the bottom right there, a couple of bodies left for them to grab the remains of.
I don't know how much they're going to get out of here. You have to factor in that they're also not giving any value to everybody else, right? But they are just picking what's left. They're really just taking the sloppy seconds here. How much that's going to be worth, we'll see in a second. I think already being able to switch out your gear is massive, right? That's already a big thing. Going to be able to do that, but how much were Mike's and team able to bag up is the big question here. Nick is still walking around, still wandering around. I don't think he's going to be a factor in this. It's Corbury and the rest of the gang. They're really just splitting up as much as they can.
We're seeing some really cool stuff as well with the way that Nick is playing. Obviously, shooting a scab with a suppressed gun is a quiet way to deal with him, but we're actually seeing him use the assault dagger melee weapon to deal with scabs, and that's gonna... Oh! As quiet as you are, it doesn't matter if Hicks is holding your angle. He didn't even have his gun out, which... Considering this is a optional extract, you gotta be really, really careful once you're arriving at any of these locations. Does get a couple of hits on that stun grenade, which definitely confuses me a little bit, as I thought that Nick was alone. I'm not sure if those stun grenade hits were on a player or against just AI or scavs on the outside right wall.
I think they were, and I think that's why he's so scared right now. Also, Mike's is already out, so he's just here all by his lonesome. That makes it even worse. His pulse is definitely going up at the moment. And we know that he is relatively okay, but if he waits too long, he might walk into something here.
There it is.
And I just hope that he's getting out very soon, because Corbury and the gang... They probably wouldn't mind a really quick swoop up here, but again, they don't have the info that we have, right? For us, it's clear as day that this is just a solo left. Corbury and them, they don't have all of that information.
This is unfortunately one of those moments where my TV station knowledge runs dry a little bit. So one of the optional extracts is in the hallway that Hicks is holding. I think at this point, rather than trying to maximize his, I think he's actually trying to deny the extract to other teams, which makes a lot of sense when you have such a chaotic fight. You could have, trying to punish any solo or duo scavengers and other people that are just running around that are weakened teams. Corbury, though, does not fit in that bill. Now, the thing that I'm not sure about is if you have one of or both of these timed extracts open on the northeast side. I don't remember if they have to get one of between this one or the electrical room one to, like, to the north side. I believe Hicks can extract here, but if Corbury has to come here, then Hicks might be getting some unwelcome visitors.
Yeah, you'd hate to see it. He's had so much time as well to deal with this. Really would want to get out. Okay.
I love what we're
Shots
seeing in the
into the body.
picture-in-picture. It's just non-stop Tetris. We're just seeing constant inventory menus. Like, whenever I'm looking there, it's just a pile of like 6 bodies, an inventory full of SH65s and motos. It is ridiculous.
Yeah. And then that absolute war that's going on with the AI. They're still blasting. Still not happy about the state of their conflict. Extract coming in for Hicks. Extract soon to be coming in. Aubrey and his gang. They're looking okay about this. They're not going to be sad about this. This is not a bad raid for them. It's a very uneventful one. They're not going to be topping any of the kill charts. But I just want to see what kind of money they're extracting with. Because if this is a really good raid for them value-wise, everybody's going to look at this and go, okay, I mean, that seems easy. We can do that. We can just sit, right? I think it's not going to work most of the time. I don't think we're going to see fights that go this messy all of the time. I think the longer this goes, the more teams we're actually going to see get wiped somewhat cleanly, right? And a 3-man looting a 4-man is not leaving this amount of loot behind.
Yeah, no, this is just like a big old TV stationism, where it's just like literally the second that you spawn, if you just sit there, then eventually something is going to happen. On every other map, you kind of have to like maneuver around. You have to take some kind of space and make some kind of play. But for TV, the name of the game is basically just take what you're given and then maybe try to like capitalize or be opportunistic later on, but just you're kind of just like waiting for things to happen. If you're the one that engages, if you're the one that tries to go for the aggressive push, you're just like, it's just so easy to lose 1, 2, even 3 members. That's what we saw from GL's team. Like, they, even with all the momentum they had, literally getting a pick for free at the very beginning, they still only walked away with a single player.
Yeah. And the only team that it really worked out for was the last third party, right? I'd say third party all the time because it's the term you use in competitive games. I don't know which party they were, but they were the last party to that fight, and they did clean it up, right? They had a really good flank going with Mikes and Hicks. They lock that in. They even take out Nick, which is a big thing. Nick was going to extract with a whole lot of value there for himself, and it was completely denied. I think they got the red out. They probably got a little bit of loot out here, but losing that second player, just hemorrhaging value immediately, right? So I don't know. This was a much better game for them than the round 1. I don't know how good it was in the greater scheme of things. I think he's going to be pretty upset at this. We saw him in the break. He was pretty upset at the round 1. So dying to Hicks there, it's not going to put him into any sort of happy space.
Yeah, and on the topic of, kill leading or like the value of kills, Rockstar's team yesterday was not our kill leader. They got some very, very important kills. They were, they were second, and they did win some extremely difficult fights, multiple 3v4s that ended up going their way against IMAO. But most of what their game plan was about was just capitalizing on the fights they did win, as well as from the remnants of other fights going on around the map. And we kind of see the same thing happening from Corbury. Like, the kills don't matter if you end up getting like a 20 mil extract by doing almost nothing.
Yeah. We'll see how much they matter. We have a leaderboard ready for you guys, so we'll pull it up and we'll tell you exactly what they're getting away with here. And I think it's going to be a big chunk of change.
Yeah.
Mike's, however,
oh my God.
Mike's, however, on 46 mil, firmly in the lead. And then Corbury with 36. So clearly pushing past everybody else in the lobby, pushing themselves into a qualification spot at the moment after 2 out of 5.
In general, I don't think I'm too miffed if I'm anyone on this leaderboard. A 36 mil difference from first to fifth is by no means insurmountable. Literally, a single squad wipe, like a single clean squad wipe, and then extracting with all of that gear will currently put you in first place. And the next maps that we're going into, all with the potential exception of Armory, they all allow you to do that. Valley and Northridge are maps where you're given a lot of space. If you end up finding one of those clean 4v4 fights, you're likely going to be able to extract, and all of a sudden, you're in the lead.
Yeah. By the way, just want to mention that really quick. We talked last round about how we haven't had a single 4-man extraction in this entire tournament. We just seen one. That was the first one ever from Corbry and the boys. We have the highlights ready for you guys. If this is what it takes to 4-man extract, then I say we don't need 4-man extracts. I think everybody watching is happy to see the absolute bloodbath that this lobby was. You can't fault them at all for a strategy that works so well.
Don't push. Close the door.
God, I think that door might be the kill leader of that game. That door probably got 2 or 3 people killed on its own. Like, can we get a 6 team in here to like see how many points that door gets?
Yeah.
Fuck.
There's the flank coming in. Yeah.
That's the one. We got one.
That.
He used it.
Nice try.
That's a big swing. Oh, that's nice. Clear and then.
Good trade. One more at the door.
Lucifer teams, I think they ran down one of Mike's team here, right? They go for the push, and they do end up just getting caught in the back here. That's the knock that they get, and now Max is just gonna clean up from the back lines, right? They're open, they're caught. Good swing coming in. That's the team leader right now, points leader in the tournament. Well done by Max.
I actually want to highlight something that we saw a couple of clips ago as well. In his last moments, I believe it was Styx, securing the knock milliseconds before he died. Having the awareness to go for that is truly what is going to be the make or break for all these teams. That was the difference of an entire mill as well as a humongous denial of points from the team he was fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's 3-man up, right? That is so much more loot that you're getting. That is absolutely snowballing. I think it's just, if you don't want to get too intricate with the point system, players surviving is just absolutely massive. If you have a fight, every player that survives is 10 mil, something along those lines, right? It depends a little bit on the situation. It can fluctuate a lot, but it's a massive amount of points. It's so much more than a kill could ever be. And we're going to see how teams adapt, because I think everybody has watched that game. Everybody's seen Warren and Colbury and all those guys fire 0 bullets at enemies this game and get away with an absurd amount of cash. Everybody knows that works.
Congrats.
Everybody knows that that's a strategy coming into the next 3 games. We're going to hit you with a very short break, but we have 3 more games of ABI for you. Just don't go anywhere.
PKs, everything.
The same thing happening with Armory. Like, the kills don't matter if you end up getting like a 20 mil extract by doing
nothing. That's what we did.
Yeah. We'll see how much the mana. We have a leaderboard ready for you guys, so we'll pull it up and we'll tell you exactly what they're getting away with here.
Come on, where are we?
I think it's gonna be
One second.
To be honest, I should have had him there, but I think he bounced.
Guys, listen, we are the 4th, so we are almost the last one. First team have 46 mil, so 26 more.
That's. I thought they're gonna have more actually, so it's fine.
Yeah, me too. I thought they're gonna go for like.
But
60,
everything
70
is very
at
close.
least.
Everybody of our like.
Well, okay, so I think 2 teams extracted, right? Corbry and Mike.
Yeah.
ZJ.
Yes.
Because the loot that was there on the ground.
Yes.
Oh,
Lucy
so
was
I
fighting.
see.
We were fighting.
Lucy
So
was
that's it.
fighting GL. Then we fought against GL, and GL got wiped by either Corbry or Mike.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then full 4-stack of Mike.
I would say big W for Lucy and GL to fight, because it was amazing. Yeah. We fight for the very beginning of the game, so for me it was okay to just die like this. Big W for you guys. This is how the TV should looks like. Not like the both teams are waiting and then they push, and that's it.
I don't even know.
Port?
Yeah.
Isn't that factory filing room?
I'll take.
No, you need the port.
That's what the base, the storage room, right? Beachville. No, that's staff dormitory. I got that one.
I got the RV cabin. I got the courtyard basement. Right?
Yeah. Wait, so
you guys got the factory keys. I don't see this one for the port.
staff dormitory.
Oh, I have it. I have it. What key are we missing?
It don't matter though.
We're not missing any keys.
I don't think we're missing any.
Oh, actually. What's next? Armory after Valley? And then Northridge last?
Yeah, yeah.
Remember, at the end of the day, we're here to have fun.
Exactly. You know what we should do? Play just slowly, yeah? I mean, right now we should push, yeah? But if we want to have something, just wait. And that's it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the abundant shack is only one use, so we could also play around it, maybe. I don't know, we'll see where we're gonna get spawned, I guess.
I think you're able to have 100 max, or I don't know.
35 starts. For 5 minutes.
Still, it's close. Everybody is close. We need to wipe like one team, so we'll have this kind of opportunity, you know? I'm mad at myself, to be honest. TV was...
It was easy to do, but you know, it was just
But we can again fight with...
Welcome back, everybody. That was game number 2. We just got done with the break, had a bit of listening. I think very different moods across the teams. We saw Cobra's team get a little excited for that second place. They were hyped up, they were pumped up. And then on the other hand, I think it was interesting to see Stick's team being so down about being 4th right now. I feel like they're looking at the leaderboard a little bit too much there almost. There's 3 more games, right? 1 good game and you're already back at the top. You might be muted there, my friend.
Hello.
There's the one
Thank
for
you
the stream. Happens every single stream, but it is what it is.
Goodness.
You probably had a really good point, though.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Well, we have bills to pay. We have to tell you about the red drops, but it's not bad at all. It's free stuff in game. Everybody knows at this point, right? You've played farm, you've seen the drops come down. There's reds in there. If you're lucky, your golds are guaranteed. You have a daily check-in thing to claim, and Seal knows all about how you can get yourself the Red Fest skins, right?
Yep. Store bundles to use the coins that you're getting through the massive quest line that has currently been added. You just sign in, get a bunch of those coins, make sure that you're accepting them through all the little red dots that show up on your main menu. Almost every single one of them you click on is going to give you something, but this one specifically is going to be, I mean, even beyond basically, it is literally free money for amazing skins on guns like the SJ, AUG, P90, AEK. We even saw a little bit of that AEK last game, which I was excited to see.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love free stuff. We love to see our third map here. I think a map that we weren't as excited for until we saw it happen. Valley was the map that was kind of the turning point where I was like, okay, this Rockstar team, they're not just passive. They're also dominating their fights, right? They're also really cooking up things here. And one of the maps that maybe the most positional play, maybe the most options you get, you still have to play off your spawns. But there's a lot of power positions here, aren't there?
Yep. Courtyard and Supply Camp offer two of the highest elevations in the map, as well as relatively safe rotates on anything that you spot from across the map. You may not be able to effectively engage on these distances without access to red ammo. One taps are basically non-existent. You're better off going for some type of team shots, whether it be through an SVD or an H4. But it does give you a bunch of agency in both rotating, like I mentioned, and visibility. So if you hear a fight, you're central, so you can go fight. And if you see someone, you can start plinking them, maybe force them away from you, and then make them make a mistake or change their routing, change their game plan in a way that they were not expecting.
Yeah, this is also a map that's big enough that you do kind of have to make plays to actually get that information. I think information is just massive. I think we've seen Crit's team, Solar's team, essentially play a very information-based game yesterday, but they were just kind of centering up and then started listening and tried to make plays off of that, and it worked really well. Rockstar more on the passive front, also qualified very easily. But generally, information is just going to be so massive, right? We saw it on TV station. We saw it on farm. Fights get third-partied all the time, but you can't third-party a fight if you're sitting at the edge of the map just hoping to catch a team rotating. So love to see what the teams make of this. Love to see the spawns that they're given. We saw, for example, a Villa Rush, right? Coming out from, I think, 2 teams. I think that was Solo and one of our Latam teams yesterday. Immediately going for that hot drop, going for the hot spot, hoping for the boss spawn maybe. If you get a good spawn for it, you can send it. But I also would love to see some teams, like you said, right, going for that high drop, go high ground, going for that information.
Quick note. A couple of these guys are double gunning it right now. And without it, I was mentioning before, without direct access to red ammo, the efficacy of these DMRs, these long-range tools, are going to be somewhat reduced. I actually did a little bit of testing, and generally speaking, tier 5 tappers will kill to the head in 3 headshots and to the chest in 6 headshots if you're firing at them outside of effective range. H4, not generally considered for its long-range efficacy, however, will still kill in about 8 or 9 shots to the chest or 5 to the head. So you're not going to be dealing as much damage per shot, but if you're tap firing, or frankly, even within 100 meters, the gun can still spray with relative accuracy. I truly do wonder how important these secondaries that put you into yellow weight truly are. I almost wonder if an H4 just tapped or burst firing at long range might actually give better results.
Just gotta get more reps. Gotta get more reps on the belt to see what actually works out in practice. Theory is what we casters love. Practice is what the players on our screens have to teach us. Instant high ground for Corby and the gang. Not raiding around at the edge of the map, immediately taking a bit of space. I think we saw Rockstar's team just hanging around the barn, for example, for 5, 10, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Probably also just to not die to this position, right? That was probably one of the main motivations. But it is a nice and early take here from Cobry.
definitely one of those intermediate positions. Mike C in the bottom of small factory. I'm hearing some automatic H4 fire outside and nades getting pulled. Do we have 2 teams contesting small factory right now?
That's really interesting. That's not what you would expect to see, right? We talked about it a bit, but we have to mention it again. There is safes here. We do have the lower drop rates, right?
Yes, every other map is forbidden loot tables, forbidden loot pools. However, Valley does not exist in Forbidden anymore, ever since it was taken out of the rotation in Season 1. So, looks like that Mikesy went into Factory first, tried to secure some loot, you know, why not? But they were followed in. 2 teams that could have been centered up to take some high ground positions instead, going for a CQC 1v1. And the concern here is that due to the choke points that let you leave Factory, not only do they have to win the 1v1, but they also have to leave from one of 2 very, very awkward exits. Surprised to see this, to be sure.
Yeah, getting out of there not going to be the greatest time. This is pretty aggressive, though. They're trying to clear this here. Lucifer not waiting around. I'm loving this from our teams today. Nobody, I mean, I say nobody. Corbry just basically won around by doing nothing, but we see a lot of aggression coming out. They're trying to do it as a team. They're trying to stick together. They are making moves.
Speaking personally, you don't get many 4v4s that happen here in Small Factory, but it is so hard to actually get into these doorways. If someone lets you into the basement, if they're sharing the basement with you, all of a sudden that becomes much more balanced, much more easy 50-50 fight to win. But as long as you can prevent the attacking team from getting control of these doorways, you actually have a pretty good chance. However, look here, bottom right in the picture in PIP, the picture-in-picture. You have some very, very tight angles that you can use to defend most of the major choke points into the basement.
Gonna clear the space. It's just also another one of those really long HKs walking through a door, right? We've seen that before. Door only opens one way, doesn't make it easier. That's a good angle. That's a good peek, though. Nice swing. Just destroys him. What?
Incredible opening knock here from Lucifer, even factoring in the space being taken by the doorway. However, reinforcements are coming in to try to resurrect the downed player. Aura trying to push in from his angle as well and cannot make it happen. So far, the opening pick was massive, but Lucifer's team cannot quite seem to convert this into effective pressure.
It's just so hard. There's so many choke points. At the opening pick, surprisingly enough. There is just generally Pika's advantage in every shooter game. But you gotta land your shots nice and quick. You're just getting knocked out in the doorway. You're getting naded immediately for the finish. Rez comes through. Numbers reset. 4v4. Continues in small factory. And now they're gonna think twice about pushing in, I think.
Yeah, that is so demoralizing if you're Lucifer specifically. Now, we do have 3 ways to get into this basement. Siri, getting blasted through the most hairpin of angles. Lucy closing the door, trying to make some space. And now I'm wondering if, if I have a knock on the defender side, if I know the attackers are split, I wonder if I just convert this into real pressure. Perhaps a counter push onto Lucifer.
I wonder if he gets a nade through there. Look. Hard nade to hit up the stairs there. He's trying to go for the pressure. They're trying to go for the push. They don't want to wait around on this, but it's going to be so hard again. We'll say the same thing, right? The choke points do go both ways. It's easier to get a knock from. They're swept from behind. They don't know that the push is coming in. Oh, it's wild trades all across the board.
Utter chaos right now as 2E is down. Going to get flushed any second now. Players holding back on their home choke points.
I think they took control for now.
Oh my goodness. Not 1, but 2 reses. Oh, I said a GHO? I don't think so. I believe that's a proper pineapple. Should not deal damage through the hard cover as they begin bagging up one of the bodies. Maybe the first of many in this factory fight.
Oh, that's crazy. He had an insane flank, but I think he's alone, right? If the UI isn't bugged and he was alone there and he went down. If If he could have just done a little bit more, maybe played it a little slower, it would have been absolutely massive. He goes into the room. He goes big. Does go home. He must have slipped through this somehow. He must have sent it down the stairs and gone past that player holding there from a distance. That's crazy.
There is a third entry point as well that I'm wondering if they didn't finally utilize. It seems like despite losing, though, a couple of players now into a 4v2, Lucifer is still using the same basic strategy, trying to just poke from the stairwells, not commit too hard. But God, I'm just looking at the armor values. Everyone's chest armor is just completely and utterly demolished. The TTK just got so much faster, going from surviving 9 shots to now at this point, at these ranges, you're going down in 2.
Look at that armor, yeah. Just blasted. 2 down, though. Looking out flawlessly for the holding team at the moment. Despite getting entryed on. The aggression not going well for Lucifer there. I love that they went aggressive. I love to see it. It's very entertaining for us to see them so decisively pushing that down. But it didn't work out at all.
We're kind of seeing why teams don't always do that. Because not only do they have to leave, frankly, by the way, I'm surprised they're able to leave uncontested from the small factory POI, but they have nothing to show for it. They can't even really properly take any other future fights because one of their 2 players is literally running around naked. If I'm him even, I'm finding a bush to stash my chest armor in and then just running around no chest. Why would I take, it's either like a 5 for a KN composite or an 18% movement hit for the snowman armor. Why would I take those hits if I don't need to?
Yeah. And it could always end up being added value for another team as well, right? So that's a problem as well. Bit of a scan coming in for Yurt. Shout out to the observers for catching that. That's actually super valuable information. As they've been taking control of Villa. I mean, would love to see what they scan there, right? No way for us to know. Might have to scan their own vicinity and just to see if it's free. If they have that information already, scanning something else could be super valuable as well.
I mean, they're in Villa. If I'm hearing shots north, I think that you can reasonably extrapolate that it is going to be small factory. So I'm probably using that knowledge of what I'm hearing happen in the map to see how I'm going to get there. So at that point, a courtyard or a supply camp scan make a lot of sense to figure out, like, all right, so if we're going to go for this, first of all, are we going to get thirded on the way there? Corbury here, looking like he's employing a strategy incredibly similar to that of what we saw from Rockstar in the previous game, holding that northeastern edge, slowly rotating now. We did see the survivors from Lucifer in the forest ahead of them. They were playing that high ground. They might stumble across each other, and if that happens, Corbury is likely going to demolish them. 4v2, full fresh versus 2 guys that are battered and bruised. Yeah. I don't like Lucifer's chances.
I like the wrap here, yeah. To be fair, even the other team, right? Coming out of small factory at the wrong time could get you demolished as well, even if you're up numbers. Because their gear, yeah, it's going to be much better. Not that much better. They have also been attacked quite heavily. They were able to swap out maybe some of the gear, but I think everybody that died in that fight has 0'd out chests. It's really just a tiny bit better, if even.
So we're actually seeing the reasons why the courtyard choke point is so high. Even if you're so effective, rather, even if they're hiding on the most northern edge of the map, if someone was holding those courtyard cliffs, they still would have been able to see the 4-man rotate here from Corbury. Luckily for them, it looks like no one's taking this power position, but as Vanville and the rest of Corbury's squad approach small factory, I wonder if the team that is under isn't going to let out some sound cues, some noise cues, let Corbury know that they're still in the vicinity.
Oh, this might cook up a little bit here. This is where we need our observer team, and there they are, showing us the picture-in-picture. Hello! Any sound cues? Any safes being opened?
really quick, that is the courtyard time safe. There is a time safe that is here in small factory.
I thought it was
that
the
is not this POI.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So they might still know.
you're so right.
Committing util? No. If you're committing util, if you're committing stuns, I think that you have a pretty good idea that something happened here. You think someone's still here. I think it was Mike's who was downstairs, correct? You already pushed off one team. Can you do it again? Can't catch a break.
I mean, this is what's so tricky about this, right? You want to play this real slow at all times. It's just good to play slow. When you've bagged up 2 bodies, do you try to get out of that position or do you just try to hang around? There's no easy answer. Everywhere you go, there could be teams camping you. But now you've stuck around until another 4-man is knocking on the door. And again, look at that armor, right? He's got nothing of a chest anymore. The fight's very different than the last one.
This is one of those weird things where you don't have any opportunities to get experience in a fight like this. Just the one single fight could be enough to give them an advantage. Actually, though, we're seeing in the picture-in-picture a third party actually getting shot through the factory walls. Dewey, hearing the violence, taking this opportunity to strike at the new arrival.
Damage coming in. Immediately making it work. Immediately pulling out the numbers. And there's Zoo coming on in. They've lost 2. Again, dynamic duo one more time. Nice little spray over the top. Doesn't really connect enough there, but this is gonna get so hectic here.
Surprised to see Zoo sticking around here, although the push from the underground appears to be immediately punished. I can't believe it's Small Factory, of all things, that is the crux of this game so far.
That is crazy, yeah. I think it's just as soon as you hear a fight, you third party it, and that makes a ton of sense. But yeah, this out of all places. Not a power position, not a high ground position, not a control position, right? But it doesn't matter. And so far, holding down the basement has been nice, has been working out. They're the only team that's still full numbers in this conflict, right? We still have GL 4-man strong. They might come into this at some point. They might try to hold the exits off this as well. But of the teams that are here, it's only one 4-man.
I would almost argue that, this is the opposite of a power position, right? I think that this POI might literally be a liability. Very, very difficult to leave. Very, very easy to push. The attackers have more ways to get in than you have ways to get out. And people can even contest you leaving who aren't fully committing to this angle. We saw even 2 teams up in courtyard with GL and then the remnants of Lucy's team. That could be a fight that happens in later, but for now, Mike's holding some of the exterior entrances into the basement. I am flabbergasted that this team is still 4 up after, I believe, every single team besides GL's at this point have come to interact with them in some way. Incredible resilience.
Yeah. And as well, I mean, that flank that came in was the breaking point. That could have gone so badly. They were all 3 lined up on one doorway. And one of Lucifer's team managed to send it in behind them, but just couldn't take down enough of the players. Couldn't do enough by himself. They live to fight another day. Many of them still on pretty solid gear here as well. We saw Terry battered and bruised. Worse for wear. But Showdown, for example, he's looking fresh.
Annoying thing here for Mike's is that you never really found a decisive engagement in any of these teams. You've weathered the storm, which is fantastic so far, though you don't know at this point, because you've been playing so defensively, who's around, who's left, what you had to worry about. You do have a duo that is in the left, to the left in this garage, so they have a pretty decent idea of where one of these guys is, as they are slowly pieing this angle. We're gonna have a fight breaking out any second here.
I like it. Proactive. Using their numbers now. They have to be extremely careful here. But I like that they're trying to get things moving. They know there's 30 minutes on the clock. That is still plenty to get to an extract. But you spend another 8 minutes waiting. There's no point.
Difficult to find this push. Showdown as well, rather, Mike's as well, kind of defined their hold here by not rocking the boat, not trying to do too much. I would really like the idea. I'd really like a push that kind of starts to trigger multiple angles, but you don't really want to push in from, 3 different doorways if you're not even sure if you can get to one of these flanking routes without getting hit in the side by a team that you don't know about. It's easy to say, all right, there's a team right in front of you, why are you pushing? But it's harder to know the truth of exactly what every single angle hides.
I would have loved to see them go further with this. Just keep walking it together, right? Try to cover each other's angles, try to cover each other's crosses. Keep taking space. Would have loved to see that, but right now it's just very, very slow. Also wonder if the third team's still around. Watching 2 of them right now, right? Not sure if Zoo is still kicking as well. They don't really have a good reason to leave. I suspect they're still lurking around the outside walls. But hard to know for sure.
We also had 2 teams that were in the courtyard area. GL's team specifically has had 0 interactions, I believe, at this point, unless they were to find the remnants of Lucy. Surprisingly aggressive angles being used by the duo holding the second floor here. Can't quite read the name of that. Apologies. I really feel like Showdown is in a really, really good position to make some type of play, either by climbing the exterior ladder or just by pushing into the low ground of the warehouse from these 2 angles. Smoke grenades, however, are coming out. Is it finally time for Mike's to make this play? Showdown is just chomping at the bit to activate here.
Want to see it. See them do something, but they were hoping for a reaction here, I think. Didn't get one so far. We've seen a lot of the proactive teams actually get away with the close-range fights, right? If the position isn't just impossible to push, like one of those stairways. But we've seen it before today on farm, where a hallway seemed impossible to push and still worked out entirely for one of the teams. I just think, in general, aggression is a little underrated in this game. You also have to consider everybody's from completely different regions, right? Everybody's playing on the same server, completely different regions. Ping is definitely a factor. You want to be peeking people. It is just a benefit in the fight if you manage to put yourself in a position to peek. So being proactive is good. Being aggressive is good. And I love to see that they're at least trying. They're not quite sure how to make it work yet, but they seem to be the only team in this compound that is trying to take the aggression.
Looks like the zoo members might be at the eastern entrance of the compound. And honestly, at this point, if I think that someone is, not, or that if there's someone alive that could punish any type of engagement onto the 2 players who I have hard info on, I'm canceling that push entirely. That's exactly what we see 2E doing. Wrapping around the outside wall, hopefully not going to get third-partied, and trying to set up an engage on the folks that are preventing me from playing my game. Now, I think that they might run into a whole entire new issue here. I do feel like the different Mike's players at this point are spread out doing a lot of different things right now. 2E trying to contest, again, I think this is the zoo players. The rest of his team still trying to keep the original aggressors at bay. A couple shots coming out. 2E not getting tagged quite yet, but not confident in this angle enough to push or really properly contest it at all.
Also, this is, he just realized, right? He just looked at that high ground and he's like, oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't be here at all. Maybe this is not the spot to be. And I think he's 100% right. This fight's been going on for so long. Everybody on the map heard the nades go off. Not everybody literally on the map, but I think everybody relevant did hear the nades go off. So everybody knows that this is a possibility. You don't want to get caught with your pants down. But you gotta start doing something. I gave them a lot of props for starting their move 5 minutes ago, but they've really just advanced out on this platform, and that has basically been it.
This is a nightmare position from Mike's. You got a 4v2v2. It's basically a 4v4, frankly. Just the 2 players are split. One's across, caught in the crossfire. Getting hit from the side, looks like. Doesn't want to get tagged, wants to focus on this one guy. That forklift position is extremely easy to flank. You cannot stay there. And Tui knows it. He's trying to play super proactively, prevent this guy from doing anything. Bring out the SVD, actually, of all things. Gonna take a couple of tags. We're seeing in the bottom right pip. Armor gone, but helmet is still there. So
he
he's
has a
not
nade.
going to get one tapped here.
Got a nade. That's going to force the run, but doesn't connect in time. Speedy escape for Zoo on the other side of this. Keeping their 2-man up. Keeping this fight engaged. And yeah, like you said, Mike's got to start doing something here.
Stun's coming out. Dewey had enough, tries to make a push, but I don't see any support from a single member of his team. That felt like he was just getting tired of the situation. And Zoo, hearing the shots, said, all right, this is our time to leave. This is our time to go. Maybe rotate out. I would love to see Zoo getting active as well. Again, we got like about 3 teams at minimum that have probably, well, after this fight ends, that will have met their end. If you win, that could be a ton of value for yourself. So hopefully Zoo isn't going in for a full disengage, but rather just trying to take this fight from a different angle.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect what Tui's doing there. He seems to be out on an island. I think that's GL on the pip. That's a different fight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's looking spicy. Oh, and
Bobber
that's
trying to leave.
On the outside, taken down. Oh, thanks, observers. That was important to catch.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Bobber's getting looted here as well.
This is literally what we were worried about the entire time. Like, yeah, you're fighting in factory, you're trying to leave. Like, you can't. You're just going to be gambling every single time you're trying to leave this POI. There are so many just head glitches and sound traps that you can just sit on and be like, all right, you hear footsteps, you peek up, you blast them, you leave. That's all you have to do. That's what GL is showing us. I do think that we missed GL's team fighting over the courtyard. Looks like they might have probably during the 4v2
probably won.
Lost 2. Let Yurt get away with a 2 loot, and now GL just trying to make a play with what he's got. He did take out 1 from Zoo, 1 still up. So job's not done yet, but there could be a pretty good payday waiting for him if he can secure at the very least this 1v2.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Just from the fact that they sent 1 to extract makes me pretty confident that they won that fight. Or they got a loot out of that fight at least. Question is what they do now. It's 5 minutes on the clock. And Mike's team is the team that spawned here, right? So I don't think there should be a lot of extracts available to them. They might have some conditional ones. We got a little surprised by the campsite extract for Rockstar yesterday. But they got to worry about their timings here. Warren is playing a completely different game. Warren Neurosplit, they spawn on the other side of the map. They can extract in much closer vicinity.
Yeah, small factory though, still not exactly close to any extracts. And if either of these teams want to get anything, they're gonna have to do something soon. I'm a little disappointed that Tui died the way that he did, just basically making a stun and a push with 0 support. I think someone pushing literally any other angle while he was doing that probably would have resulted in a fight win. Showdown though, I think is gonna be in the best position to be our playmaker here. One of the very, very few players that are left probably in the entire game, definitely in this particular fight, that still has any armor left. 1 player stacking up with him. Will this finally mean we're going to get a push going here?
Yeah, it's time. They want to get out. Flashlight on the other angle as well. There's multiple players trying to get out of this. At the last second, Tetris is going to be hectic. I think he probably just checked his extracts as well. They're opening the map. If you win a fight here, you got to be so fast. If you lose a fight here, game over, obviously. But I think the reason that Tui made his push as well, if you look about it, right? He was just isolated on that platform, but... that was a scary moment there for a second. They're just sending it out. They're just trying to get away. They're not even trying to fight this. Oh, wow. I mean, they have enough loot. They don't need this fight. If they can actually get away with their lives, this is super solid for them.
I would love to see how much... Oh, I believe this is GL. Yeah, it's GL hiding his gear, or someone's gear, rather. Well, he makes his
own one.
way out
Yeah.
as well. So, and at this point, he is actually following similar routing to Mike's, about a minute behind them. I'm not actually familiar with where either of these teams' extracts are going to be, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know where GL spawned. I believe Mike spawned next to Small Factory.
GL spawned
which should
east side next to Radio, so he could always go west, but I think he was looking
I think
more...
that these guys are going east then.
Yeah. The question is what's the closest open to them? Also, GL is not going to catch these guys, but he might run into the duo, right? Or into whatever is left in that Small Factory area. That's what he would walk into if he keeps walking that way. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that. A little bit of Tetris going on in the pip. These guys must have an extract really close by if they're taking this much time. GL's still waiting for them. He knows there's a big fight coming up.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. GL just trying to fight against insurmountable odds over and over. 1v2 ahead of him. I mean, with 2 minutes left, like obviously we can frog our way pretty far in 2 minutes, but really not that far. I guess you could have an RV extract. No, he knows. He's got to, if he wants to make a play, he's got to be at yellow way, at the very least to fight. I think the call has been made. Yeah,
He also doesn't. I think the way the reason he frogged his backpack that much is he doesn't want it to get lost. He doesn't want that for another team to be picked up. But he's just got to not go MIA here, right? He's got to find a way to extract. Kills are not worth a whole lot here. Bringing out the loot would have been massive, but I don't see how he's getting out of this one. 1:20 on the clock. He's got to have something in mind because he is going back east. He's going back to where he came from, so he's got to have an extract somewhere on this north side of the map.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big Valley gamer. I know about a fair amount of the extracts. It looks like that Corbury. Oh my god, did they actually have this active?
Yeah.
3. Oh my god.
They need to search a medical container.
Is this a UI bug? What am I looking at here? Because there are a lot of these in the map. If we suddenly leave in like 3 seconds.
Oh my god. Is this teammate? Okay. Okay, that's the beach extract for Mike.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense for them. Is this teammate looking for med containers right now while he's sitting in the extract with the loot? Is that what we're doing?
I think we might be seeing a bit of a knowledge diff on display. It looks like they were able to find one. They were able to find one. Thank God.
Oh my. I don't think they ever left that area, right? They only looted Small Factory.
Yeah, and then left.
And Labs Rat.
Yeah.
14 seconds. I'm sorry, but you're not extracting. Oh, that's cheating, man. That blows.
No. Oh.
Yurt got out with a whole bunch there. I hope. But they would have loved to get that second pair of loot out. He just got stuck on the fight for too long, right? He didn't want to move past Small Factory. And it just takes too long. He just gets stuck. It's running the clock down is what everybody's doing, but you can overcook yourself so hard.
Extremely hopeful disengage there from GL. Trying to cross, like, what was that, like 500 meters in 2 minutes? That's just not going to happen there, friendo. The Small Factory extract playing a humongous role in that game. We talk a lot in various maps about the impact that your spawn's going to have, but something that we don't bring up as much because, frankly, it's extremely difficult to just tell from the outside looking in which conditional extracts people have, is how impactful that factory extract was. Like, one team was more than happy to play extremely slow, just only take the risks that they had to. And for Corbury specifically, I think that if you know that there's a team fighting a Small Factory and you have an extract there, that is just literally the best possible odds that you could be taking. Extracting just so hard on every single map that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. And a massive game for Mike's as well. They get out with 3 people there. Atiwi is the only one that goes down. I think he just felt forced to make the push because he was out on the platform, right? The hangar was taken by a different team and there was a different team in the courtyard. He just feels like, I stay here, I'm going to get naded, I'm going to get pushed. Things are not going to go well. But his team gets a really massive round here. And they were first before this. So we'll have a look at the leaderboard here. But I am 100% certain that Mike's has kept the first place. They have kept the gap. I think it's a similar gap. It's slightly growing. It's slightly extending. 67 mil is not all too bad. They are on pace for the 100 mil.
Something I'm a little surprised to see is Corbury not able to secure more loot. I thought we had a lot of people dying in that factory area. Obviously, we had Mike's team that was able to retreat and get away, but a couple players from Lucifer died downstairs. I guess that is what happened, though, isn't it? Mike's able to secure most of the loot that was there, leaving only Corbury and Co. to extract with the scraps, and that was just between the two of them. Little unfortunate to see, but they're still holding a strong second place after what I believe was about a 9 million extract from that Valley game.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like 9 million is really not a whole lot for two players, right? If you're looking, we didn't get to see the last second. Maybe the player who sent it to loot a mid bag didn't actually make it back or something, but I think they did. I think
would make
they're
sense.
fine. I think they came out with 2. If they only came out with 1, that would explain the 9 million. Labsrad making a good step up here, bringing us really close into contention, and then Styx and Lucifer with bad rounds. I think Styx must have been the team that lost the fight to Labsrad, by the way. That would make a ton of sense. We didn't catch that on the southern side of the map because the north was fighting the entire time. They're looking a little worse for wear, but they still have 2 rounds. So 1 round to close the gap, and then 1 round to break into top 2.
Yeah, and next map is going to be Armory, and then ending with Northridge. And based on what these, I feel like we're seeing a very different type of ABI being played today than we had even yesterday or any other round before. I'm not seeing people try to control space. I'm not seeing people try to control power position. They're basically just making their plays, trying to just clutch up and see fights, and just saying whatever happens after that happens. If that's the approach they take to Armory, we're going to have a crazy first 5 minutes of that game.
Yeah. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Lucifer as well. Some nice opening peaks there. I feel like he was in a good spot to get the second. He doesn't actually get it there in the end. This was a crazy peak, by the way. And there was a lot of shots coming back. But there, he gets off the angle. Just in time. Nick?
Oh, no.
Unlucky. Well, he was getting a little excited about the first one.
He was below. I fucking knew it, bro.
He knew it, dude.
Oh, he knew it. Good comms. Good comms. Yeah, that's the fight.
Nice
That's Labrads.
Nice try, nice try.
That's Labrads. I think there's 1 kill there as well. We saw 1 kill on the leaderboard for Styx. We know that Labrad lost 2. But yeah. Again, if you're winning a 4v2 with 2 alive, that's pretty massive. That's already huge. If you're getting 3 players out, I feel like you're basically extracting the entire loot of the other team, and it's a huge win. But 2 is still massive. That was game number 3. The leaderboard is super, super close. 45 versus 42 mil, I think, for the qualifying slot right now. But we have 2 more games. We're going to go to a really short break. When we come back, we have game number 4 for you. And that is going to be Armory.
More than happy to play extremely slow.
Okay.
Only take the risks.
We're getting.
Had to, and
One team was ready to play extremely slow. Like, yeah, okay, buddy. All right.
And you have an extract there. That is just literally the best possible odds.
They said.
Yeah. Extracting.
They said one team was ready.
It's
to
not.
play incredibly slow.
He's acting like it was. He's acting like it was lucky. I literally said we have extract there. We're fighting there to extract there. That was literally my calm.
They're gonna tap into you raging at that.
It's a
It was
tournament,
literally
bro.
my goal.
Like, what are we talking about, man?
Am I good? Neb PKs.
But his team gets a really massive round here, and they were first before this. So we'll have a look at the leaderboard here.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine with that one team winning.
Certain that Mike's has kept.
We're second still. Like,
3 mil.
Kept the gap.
So we need a raid. We need a fucking raid.
Slightly growing, it's slightly extending. 67 mil is not all too bad.
We're 3 mil behind them. 2 maps left.
It's
Let's
easy,
go.
bro.
We're
Easy.
good. We're good.
Right there.
Up the map. I'm gonna go pass real quick. Let's see. Hardest case night qual. We're back.
Dude, if I just got out, oh my god, from that one body, we're in second. Oh, hindsight.
It's all good,
Fucking
bro.
hindsight.
3 mil, like.
I would like to be in second, though, you know? Going into the second to last map.
I agree.
If they didn't have that extract, dude.
Yeah, they don't make it out. That's insane. I didn't even know that was an extract.
I didn't either.
York got a little 11 mil, you know, we got some more kills on the board.
W comes.
Not bad for an Arc Raiders player, huh? Got a couple kills.
That might have been a bug.
Yeah,
Audio bug.
exactly. So much bug on audio, is it? Like the doors open and it's
You don't
bushes?
hear doors?
I heard
Exactly.
like a lot.
Yeah, doors.
Nie chcę powiedzieć, never
Ghost.
mind. Może to
It's
świadkowie
a
Jehowych,
Halloween
stary.
event.
Yeah, event, Halloween, with zombies.
Kurwa.
Now I'm trying to figure out. I'm now trying to figure out how you say it in English. Jehovah Witness, I think. They're knocking on the doors.
No.
If that's the approach to take to Armory, we're gonna have a crazy first 5 minutes of that game.
Yeah. I'm loving it. Lucifer as well. Some nice opening peaks there. I feel like he was in a good spot to get the second.
Dude, that guy peeking me on the hill, like he was on the rock or something. I don't know how to. I couldn't kill that guy.
And there was a lot of shots coming back.
I couldn't see him even.
Gets off the angle. Just in time. Nick.
Oh no. I just sit on that guy. He's full dead. Gets it on himself.
Well, he was getting a little excited about the first one.
He was below. I fucking knew it, bro.
He knew it, dude.
Oh, he knew it. Good comms.
That's crazy.
All right, Theo.
Dude, that's talking some shit right now.
I did call it though. I said he's below. Like he said, and I played like they were just outside.
Hey, relax on me.
If you're winning a 4v2 with 2 alive, that's pretty massive. That's already huge. If you're getting 3 players out, I feel like
Is what it is, cuz. Is what it is.
Still massive. That was game number 3. The leaderboard is super close. 45.
Oh, what's the funny fact? Siri and Lucy, they got 12 kills. But they do not extract a single one. They make like 12 kills.
Crazy.
So they got probably the most kills.
Yeah,
they will be with the Team Mayhem, all of them.
That's like the actual reason that you
they did a great
shouldn't
job.
push. They did a great job, yeah, definitely. But
they're always fighting. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. They're playing very good.
Yeah,
and I just seen Lucifer's POV. It was he almost had 2 kills.
I'm happy to see that we met Lucy and GL all the time right now. GL killed me, so it means that we got a good.
Maybe they're putting European teams next to each other.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's the same team.
GL
So the
was
first
the
team
one
was
that
the
got out from his
Lucy, and I think was the second team out on this downstairs
No idea.
fight.
No idea. I think one of the teams that survived because they killed.
But
Lucy
they didn't get much loot. Or it was like the third team and they have 20. Now they get 60. I don't know.
I also seen that. I also saw that GL didn't extract.
He didn't extract?
Didn't
No, he didn't.
But he killed me, so he got 1 mil.
He was in the middle of the field shooting.
Oh, he had no time.
Yeah.
No way.
But he got me.
That's
Come on.
unlucky. So why would he kill us then? For nothing. That's
For
crazy.
1 mil. But I think
yeah, 1 mil,
the
actually,
GL stay alone. One of them extract, yeah? Maybe, I don't know. Now also spawn wins. If they got, let's play outside and we wait. If we got the gas station, just stay on this gas station for 20 minutes. Just wait. I don't care. Let them kill each other and make the 5th party. No.
You are a rat or what?
Back from the break another time. Back from listening. Again, I love this. This is literally my favorite part. Just seeing the reactions, seeing what the players are talking about in the break. Again, very different moods. Now it's starting to make more sense, right? Very different locations on the leaderboard. You could see there as well. They were thinking about that one body that they didn't extract, that one body they didn't gobble up. That is making the difference on the leaderboard right now. But they have 2 more chances. We're going into Armory next. We talked about it a little bit. We were really surprised. I think our expectations were really beaten last time. You think it's going to be any different this time?
Oh yeah, I think this Armory raid is going to go super different. I think it's going to play out very similarly to the factory fight that we just saw. I think everybody that gets prio to an Armory door is going to try to take that Armory door. I expect at least 2, maybe even 3 teams to commit to that kind of fight, especially teams that did not end up playing in the mid-season clash. So maybe we see like a GL team just kind of go for radar while a bunch of other guys go contest their doors. But from what we're seeing, I think that the aggression is going to be turned up to 11. Less space control, less area denial, more get the safe, get the red, get the PvP, get out. Specifically, I think that access to easy extraction points where you can take a good fight and then leave without having to do anything too risky or too far from where the fight happened is going to be the name of the game here today.
Yeah, it just seems so obvious, right? It seems so obvious that being inside Armory is super powerful. But on the flip side of that is being the one team that's not inside is also immensely powerful, and that's what we saw last time, right? We saw Team Solo on the outside getting a bunch of points, getting a little bit of their loot extracted, ruined by the Solo. Would have played a banger game if Nate didn't exist, right? He completely destroyed their loot value in that game. And then on the inside, the team that actually got inside, the team that actually made it in, also played a really good game. I think that was Owen, Imaimo. And they extracted 3 players. They extracted a red, right? So that was by far their best round in the tournament. So either of these strategies works if you get it off. But I feel like for an Armory entry, you're flipping the coin way more than if you're playing for control outside, right? You have way more agency on the outside. Would you agree?
I agree, yeah. And the thing with Armory is that there's a lot of variance, right? Like if you don't get the reds and you go into Armory, then you're in trouble. If you don't have a team that comes to fight you in Armory, you're also in trouble because Armory, I hate that we've just said this like 6 or 7 times. Choke points work both ways. If you enter the Armory and there's teams on the outside that are playing space, playing area denial, then it is insanely difficult to leave. That's what we saw in the mid-season clash. I feel like we haven't seen that strategy a ton so far, but just like people playing area denial isn't the only reason why people could not be pushing Armory. Maybe we just have a fight off the rip in gas station, in repair. Maybe we have a fight off the rip going on in radar. There's tons of things that people could be doing besides going into the Armory. And if any of those things happened and you get unlucky on safes, then it's like, yeah, you can leave when you want, but it's just the hardest thing in the world to actually leave at POI if people are trying to force you out of it.
Just a few more seconds until everybody's readying up and loading into the game. And we watched the leaderboard there a little bit, right? We're moving towards the later half of the tournament here. So this round, I think is going to be a bit of a pre-decider. If we have teams at the top here playing another good round, if we have a Team Corbry with another success, if we have Labra with a massive run GL, and the boys fragging out, maybe getting inside Armory, depending on the spawn, they could sort of set themselves up for an easy way out on Northridge later on. If you put yourself in a position where you're 20, 30 mil ahead, you are chilling on the last map. But let's not wait any longer. That's a gas station spawn, and that is a gas station spawn for Zoo. Probably not what you want to see, but you have to be ready to react here and play outside.
Bobber trying to control some space, see if the other gas station spawn has arrived. It looks like they have not. I'm very surprised to be seeing them not the very least center up. That is the second best radar spawn that they are instead going to just secure their own POI. And in the meantime, Team Lucy gets the very, very close tank side spawn, instead converting this into a mid-door pull. I think that this is definitely what you would be doing if you get any of these spawns. If you don't want to get naded to hell and back, you just take the mid-door. Much easier to defend and much safer. Only question is the med tent door also going to be pulled here?
Yeah. Doing their job. Right now is Lucifer and the rest of the gang. They've been aggressive and they've honestly... They've been fun to watch. Lucifer as well. Good on the peaks. Getting good entries. Maybe this is the round they need. Maybe this is the position they need to not actually push into an absolutely unpushable position. Now, that is GL, I think, on the pip. If my eyes don't deceive me. My old little eyes trying to their very best. Also, not interested or just not able to go for a door. So we know about 3 of our teams. We'll do check-ins with everybody else. But I'm not sure if there's a second alarm ringing yet, CL.
Yeah, it looks like Aura pre-firing some of the only positions on the map that can actually properly contest the mid door. SVD, 3 or 4 dinks will take someone down. And what we saw from GL is actually one of the big reasons why you don't really want to risk yourself for like 1, 2, or even 3 saves. You know, that strongbox had 2 purples and I think a bit of gold ammo in it. So you're denying yourself, you know, the timing of contesting a team that are going for an armory door, and then the one safe that you're delaying your push for gave you something that was worth like 30k. Like, is that really worth it? It's safe, but you're basically throwing away any early game prio to do that.
I've seen this before. Seen this from Rockstar. Not wildly successful.
Interesting.
In that round. The only thing successful about Rockstar's team was the play on the outside. And it's a late approach from GL. Coming in on the tank door. With a bit of delay. And immediately evacuating again?
Okay. They pulled the door. Looks like they don't want to super commit to the tank door. Maybe making some kind of a feint if there's anybody in radar. But at the very least, we do see all 3 doors at this point have been at the very least pulled. Tent door, mid door, and I believe that GL just pulled tank door as well. All 3 doors are going to be unlocked, which is going to make the interior of armor easier to push, easier to extract from. You name it. It's going to be a more open experience there. In the meantime, it is actually Mike who have taken the power position on this map in radar. Now, it doesn't look like they're actually trying to, play the upper angles a ton yet. Mostly just trying to ambush anybody who's out rotating. But the only team that he might potentially come across is going to be GL. I believe everybody else is either in gas station or pushing into the armory here.
This is super interesting, right? Because if you're playing pubs, you got your boys with you, you got your tier 6 gear, your HK, you're playing this rather aggressive considering how hard the angles are, right? You're trying to clear the space, you're trying to get inside, even if the other team has an advantage on you. Now you know you're playing against really good players, you know they have fantastic gear, and you know that they're patient to wait for you. So the game changes a little bit, the approach changes a little bit, and the approaches have been very different, right? We saw GL's team do a little bit of everything, looting, staging there when in the pip, and then checking out the door. Not sure what they want to do with this. This team here, Zoo, they're kind of just biding their time. They're not obviously not very interested in the gas station loot. They're much more interested in delaying, being unknown, being an unknown quantity, and moving into fights later on.
Oh,
that's a red.
I believe we could have found. Yep. Oh, yep. TI mod being secured. Can't keep that in the butt. I would recommend players to put just random items in that secure container so this doesn't happen, so you don't accidentally use it. That being said, takes it out so we can actually count the points for you. We do hear a bunch of stuns. Nades going up on the top floor. Aura has to hold here for 90 seconds before the boat will take him out. Now, alarm, however, is going to be a public alarm. GL hearing that there's some people inside that not only have a bunch of loot value on themselves, but also want to be leaving early. Someone, oh my god, we're playing the most dangerous game of peekaboo on this door, though. It's getting open and closed. Smokes, stuns coming out. I think this is going to be the push, Kowo.
Gonna be the push for GL. They gotta just wait for the counter nades. Gonna back that off. Smoke on the door to try and push through with a flashbang. A flashlight, I should say. They're incredibly bright. If you're coming from different games, you'll be very surprised how bright they really are. They are smoking these angles to get better util in. Get better angles. close out that space. They want to close this gap ASAP. The door's being played with. So far, they haven't made the breach. Pre-fires come out. We know there's 100-round mags, right? These pre-fires, they can go forever.
Those hinges on that door are screaming. They're trying to get in, but it just keeps getting closed in their face. Illuminated smoke. Oh my goodness, the spotlight and the firing line takes you down. No follow-up from GL. Probably better to just not commit anyone else through there. Lucifer holding them back. But I think that we see, wait, hold up. Is that a third party coming in from the interior to contest the tank door?
So far, it's a clean wipe. So far, everybody outside is dying for it. Door once again closed one more time. One up on the outside of this. Aura is the one who already got out. Remember, he was getting out with the red. And Lucifer's team is just walking them into the blender. Door after door gets closed in his face, melts. Oh, man. He wants to do it all, but quite literally closing the door in his face. He gets one, though. Nice headshot. That's the full wipe as well.
Yeah, I think that we had some UI bugs there that made me think that was... well, I think what happened there is that the inside team had a bunch of players that were knocked and not yet down. Melts finding that knock means that there's now, good God, 7 bodies around him. Now, 3 of those are his teammates. No value in looting those. And frankly, an insurmountable amount of loot to hide. Not gonna happen. However, maybe you get inside, back up some of that loot. But again, like, unless you have a conditional, like, yeah, here on the inside, Warren and the rest of Corbree's team already here, meters away from Lucy's door hold. If he sits inside of this tank door, he is going to get run over.
Oh, I would love them go for this as well. They heard all the commotion, right? The problem, again, is we have so much more information than they do. We know exactly this is a solo. For all they know, this fight doesn't even have to be over. They can't even be sure that this fight is over. They can expect 3 to 7 players there if they want to, right? So hard for them to figure anything of this out. Melts, on the other hand, I wouldn't want him staying outside because I think teams are just going to gravitate towards that door, towards that commotion, and they're going to start to spot him. So I think staying outside is just as hard as going in.
Yeah, there's no clear path forward for Lucy. I wish him the best. Good luck, dude. I don't know what I would do in your position. And I have God view over here from like tons of information from tons of players. Just what we've been seeing on the pips and whatnot. And even knowing what I know, I still don't know what the best way out for him is going to be. Maybe the repair extract. I don't know. What I am surprised to see is there is a team in the radar station, but I only see 1, maybe 2 players actually committing to that height. That has allowed the Zoo team to maneuver very, very close to that high ground and actually pushing in all the way through veg. Now, this isn't going to be full hard cover. There's only a bit of concealment here in some spots. They could get peppered from the high ground of radar.
I don't like this.
But I don't think it's going to be like a full team wipe position, even with 4 people up. I'm really curious what the Mike's strategy is. They're playing extremely conservatively for holding a position that is generally known for carry denial.
I think they're playing really conservative because they're ahead as well. They're just trying to conserve the lead, but that is kind of sometimes a very dangerous strategy. If you're playing not to lose, that can be just the wrong approach. Now, you see, Warren and the rest of the gang are trying to close the gap here. The only question is, where is Melts in this? Where has Melts gone? Because he did take out the team. He did get out the little insta on Lucifer's squad. I say insta. One of them extracted, but still. Did get the finish.
Oh, they're pushing it now.
As we have a nice little instant replay of the absolute blender that this was. I can't believe they lost after this.
Yeah, Lucifer himself actually getting... Did he get 3? Yo, what's his team doing if he got 3 on his own? Hold up. Wait, wait. There's only 2 people from his team holding the door. What are... How greedy are we being over here?
They sent a player down with the red, and I think they sent a player to sort of escort him. Banville was coming back, or not Banville, sorry. There was a player coming back at the same time, but they were 2 for a while. They got a 3rd of support. They really just couldn't make that work. Mike's now actually fighting for that high ground, though. It's something that we should put our eyes on. That's a big fight, and that's the team in the lead, and that's going to be a nice swing for him, surely, as his teammate takes all of the attention.
Heavy going down in the initial peak. I believe this is going to be Zoo on the other side of this. Left side peek, not going to be super appealing. Hard to swing as well when you are yellow weight. It's a really big downside of bringing these tappers in, is that in CQC it giga reduces the amount of kind of like micro plays you can make beyond just like taking, you know, jiggle peeks and holding angles. Playing defensively so far, very unfortunate that Zoo was able to successfully push up and contest half of Mike's high ground.
Tabi out of the picture again. First one for his team to go down. Hasn't had the best of days so far. Remember, it was Mike's and Hicks that were clutching up on that TV station. It's the 3-man on Valley getting the majority of the work done. That is like me nading. I hate to see it from Mike's.
I thought that too.
Gonna try again. Well, they are close on the angle. They want to swing this as well. They want to take this fight. They don't want to step away. Zoo doesn't want to wait around. They know they have a player inside here. Both the teams do want this. But they don't want to walk into that blender. A nade for the far player and then a peek on the close guy is actually a very valid strategy for them. I'll see if the swing comes out. Still biding their time. Still playing with the angles. The flashlight gives all the information away. They are still coming in. He wants this. He's peeking this. But he's just never swinging it.
It's so hard. Like, there's two guys there. Like, a swing there without proper support is just suicidal. Trying to wait for them to make a mistake. A ton of fire coming around, but Showdown a bit late to the party, but still wins the 1v1. I think that might be a wipe.
Crossfire. Working out as intended. And he only has to get one. He only has to get a player jumping across his screen. Again, I said it before the round, right? If they play a good game here, they might lock in qualification right away. Team Mike's, they're so far ahead. They extract an entire team of loot here. They're out of it. They are in first place, I think. I don't think anybody's catching them unless an absolute insanity happens on Northridge. Don't want to count that out because I think Rockstar's team played an absolute banger on that map yesterday as well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is big news for everybody else in the lobby.
Talk about this play really quick. Shojin holding the off angle, but I think it was honestly Mike's that was the hero on the outside. Mike's and Hicks holding the exterior angle. Hicks going down by Mike's being able to take down, I believe, 1 or 2 players pushing in from Zoo. So stellar job from him as well, being able to then pick up the downed Hicks. And now we just have a bunch of Tetris that they are now allowed to do in the melts. Oh, and here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your next round of ABI GeoGuessr. What's that tree? Where in the map are we? There's so many places in Armory that are like this, where you can like stand on top of a rock and be just very, very hard to see, where you're just like basically inside of like a bush or a tree. I think that might be like on the hill above the tank in the mid door, but God, it's impossible to be sure.
My guess is that he's looking at staging right now. But I demand, if we don't have a fight coming up, I demand the observers to show us where Melt is. I need to know.
Free cam.
I need to know. I don't know how the observer tools are working out either way. I don't know how they find him if the POV observer doesn't know. I don't know how the free cams are just gonna fly across the map to find him. But
inspect every bush, every tree, leave no stone unturned.
There is a. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. If they can't find him, then I think the odds of somebody else finding him are rather slim.
There's a good chance we're done, Koho. We got a bunch of bodies at the Armory door, like in and around the Armory door. I think it's like a team and a half over here. Then we also have.
It's more GeoGuessr.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, I still can't see where this is. Wait, is this the Sniper Hill on the med tent side spawn? Are we like halfway down from that? I feel like I was like, oh God, I feel like I was like giving a. Why are we flashing? I can't tell. Let me look at it.
Teasing you. They're trolling you.
Armory's like my main. Oh, I was totally wrong. It was high ground, but it was the tank side high ground, not the tent side high ground. But
wait, who's walking past them? Wait! There's a full team walking by.
Oh my God!
Melts, what's that?
What are you gonna do about it? Melts.
Nothing.
Are you gonna hit him in the back?
Nothing. He's living. He's chilling, thriving. No. He's walking behind them. No way, bro.
Yes, Melts, the hero.
He's getting the high ground on him.
There's 2 players ahead. He's got the 2x on the HK, the perfect gun to use here. They hear him from behind. Oh, the initial spray is a major flub. Somehow surviving the initial peak. Arm falls off. The entire body gets red. Are we going to see a commit from the two-man? Or are they going to try to take their extract? They're right next to the tunnel. They could just disengage. Melt's having no armor, though, means he is 1 or 2 shots away from death.
Yeah, it ain't looking good. That low angle catching him off guard. Now the push comes out and they destroy Melts. I think they might have heard him last second here. They might have just heard him in the very last second. And they turn this one around, and they need this as well. This is such good news. Picking up another body here for Corbry, because they were getting a little too late to that party. I don't know how much they will be picking up from Meltz's body, but I see a little bit of spare space here, despite them cleaning up that tent store. They're still going to pick up some stuff here. Going to improve their gear situation a little bit. Going to put them in a really, really good spot here. Against the team that would have needed it the most.
There's one on my
Sticks. Okay. Sticks trying to go for a hero play. This is the replay from the radar fight. Superman not quite able to make that work. Surprisingly, actually holding not the high ground, but actually the middle door as well. God, there was actually a massive fight in radar. I didn't realize that. Like, it was like the middle floor and the high ground that was being contested by multiple teams there.
Yeah, I think the jump down was good as well, right? He catches them right in the open, but the reaction is so fast, and the red dot works out super nice there as well on that range. Mike's hold on. Latam staying strong. Argentina looking like they're gonna go to the finals. Sin problema. Sin tewi.
What are you saying? Wait, we're the English broadcast. What are you saying right now?
I'm just flexing.
What was all that? All right.
Trying to appeal a little bit to our Spanish audience, you know?
My dumb American butt not able to understand anything more than English. But they hired the right man for this broadcast, at least. Something interesting that we saw some micro that went very, very well for Sticks despite end up dying there is that if you are sprinting when you jump or enter the air, your gun will be pointed down and you can't fire it. However, Sticks made sure that when he jumped, he was not sprinting, and it's not going to be accurate, but your bullets at that point will still be sent generally toward the middle of your screen. So even though the play didn't work out, he did basically make the play he was trying to make in the best way possible. So ups for him, and also, honestly, ups for giving us a very, very exciting fight there in radar.
Yeah, I like it as well. If you contest that radar position, you get your fight going, you get your high ground, you get out, you're playing an absolute banger. That's one extract locked in. Banville getting some of the loot out. Rest of the team still looking for more, and they're walking into something here. Just don't know how much there would be left of this fight. I can't imagine being it a whole lot.
They were moving around pretty quickly there, but once they saw the corpses and the backpack on the ground, that definitely made them start to slow down. Neuro split the second player, unfortunately only at yellow weight, not red, means he can't have too much on him. A couple of helmets, a couple of motos here and there. Something I do want to highlight about the two basically the only two helmet options that you have between the Moto and the SH65. Moto obviously lets you wear the GS2 headphones under it, gives you very, very good hearing. It's not complete hearing. It's about 10% worse than normal. Additional extract being used here by Mike, by the way, very, very nice. Anyway, the SH65 has two different perks. First of all, the helmet and the face shield having separate HP pools gives you more HP overall. And the second thing is that basically the only way you can repair armor is by bringing in backup masks, something that the Moto cannot do, but the SH65 can.
Yeah, could be a big difference maker. We know that they can tank a lot of headshots. We know they can live a lot of headshots, so these backup masks can actually come into play and play a massive role. Aubrey and Warren still going. I think they're just sort of on scrap duty, I feel like. They're just walking around, seeing if they can find some bodies anywhere to push up the loot situation a little bit. They might be looking for fights as well. We know there's not a whole lot left. There's 2 players and 1 team remaining, which is exactly them. And they're looking, maybe grab a last few scraps on their way to extract. You can see Warren, he's not super worried. He's not even worried enough to heal his legs.
Yep, relatable. HP is only a number. Even if your legs fall off, the quick little PK lets you move around. That's why a lot of the time you're not going to be seeing players stop to do a surge during a fight. If your arm fell off during a fight, time you spend doing a surge or otherwise healing is time that you're not spending contributing to the fight. Your teammates can, maybe there's no angle for you, but if there's some kind of play that you could be making that you are delaying because your tummy or your legs or your arm fell off, but you have PKs, you don't actually need to be doing that, then it is kind of objectively trolling. Looks like over here, though, we are finding someone's loot stash, probably his. Quite a bit of loot that Corbury has been able to secure here. Where do you think we're going to end up on the leaderboard? Because it seems like they're getting a lot of gear here, Kowo.
I think it's a massive round for them. I think they're walking away with everything. I mean, we just saw Melts, right? Last one up, 4 Labrads. I keep saying Labrads because it just sounds like a team name. Last one for GL's team. Doesn't get anything out. They get a few elims, and that's it. Melt clutches out that door fight, but doesn't get out any loot. Very little amount of points for them being gathered, and a huge grab for Corbury and Warren and the rest of the team that already extracted. So, yes, they're not as stacked as you possibly could be, but compared to what GL got out, it's obviously super massive, right? So, I think they're walking away with a good lead here over third place, but probably still in contention. There's probably still a world where GL can put that back on Northridge.
Am I crazy? Is this the first round that we have that wasn't decided by time today? I think it is, crazy. Right? Oh, am I crazy? Did we have a
TV station
from? It was pretty tight on TV station, but I think that you're right. Yeah, there was pretty tight. 2 minutes left, I think tight. Might be the most time. But yeah, that Armory game ended up like basically what I thought it was going to be. People just trying to bash their faces into an occupied Armory. What I was surprised about with that entire game was how Lucifer's team ended up playing it, holding on so tightly to an Armory door while not controlling to the other entrances. Obviously, extremely risky, and they didn't end up getting explicitly punished for it. It's not like Corbury, was in that moment at the time anyway, dealt the killing blow, but it not controlling the other doors meant that even if they did win the fight for the tank door, that you don't know what's gonna be behind you. What you're defending is not even your own space anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wonder if they were trying to do too much. Identifying themselves as the Armory team, but in reality, they actually have zero control. They have 2 guys in the basement, 2 guys in the door, fighting against a 4-man front, 4-man behind. Just not a great place to be.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, right? What the trade-off there is. You either put all your players on one door, that's really defensible. You try to hold all of the doors. Then you have a player with a red. You want to get that guy out. Suddenly you're spread very thin, right? Like if you're trying to hold both doors with 3 players, we just saw just that. No, you were really surprised to see them only holding tank door with 2 players, and they did lose that in the end to Melt. So, you gotta die one way or the other. You gotta either try and hold everything and then you're really thin, or you clump up and then you have that problem, right? Where you're giving up space elsewhere. I think they did a good job for a long time. We also don't really know where the third player died. We didn't really get to see it. We know 1 extracted. We know 2 didn't manage to hold the tank door. If there was a third player there, that would have been very different. That would have been a 2v1 against Melts in the end, and then they could have walked away with 3 players extracting, right? So that could have been a completely different story. Same thing for Melts. If he gets that third-party opportunity going, and if he actually lands the first spray immediately, takes 1 player down, gets to take the 1v1, completely different story for his team as well. But it was just a little bit too many targets for him. He couldn't really take it down. That's going to impact the leaderboard quite a bit. I mean, we have to just say Mike's is locked in at this point, right? I am so sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Because, yeah.
Now I see it, I agree.
It's not the difference to second place that matters. It is the difference to third that matters. They're not going to lose out on 50 million onto GL and at the same time lose out 6 million onto Corbury. I don't think that's happening. The real question is, can that 40 mil gap be closed? Because it is absolutely possible. It is entirely possible. Just don't know if it's happening.
We're seeing some very normal quote unquote ABI being played out today. Basically, 4 of our 5 teams, I would argue that Mike, GL, Lucifer, and Styx are all just kind of, running at whatever close POI they get, maybe getting into a fight, and then just reacting to whatever happens at that point without really wondering what they should be doing in the match. But for Breed, they're seeing the lobby that's in front of them. They're seeing how aggressive everyone is being, and they are just abusing the hell out of it. I don't know if Corbury's team has ever really properly taken a full 4v4, and they have second place to show for it. They're also, according to our admins, the only team that has extracted a full 4, and they've done it twice.
Yeah. Their playstyle is working. Their playstyle is working. You can't fault them at all. Wish Warren was dragging a little bit more, just because he hyped me up. He hyped himself up so much before the games. I was so excited to see him popping off. What we've seen popping off is Mike's, right? His team has been just winning fights where they shouldn't, winning fights where they should, just looking super solid every single time. It shows on the scoreboard. Massive lead now, super consistent. The drop down, doesn't matter, puts him down in the third. His teammate on top, winning his 1v1 as well.
Oh.
And this one, it's so unfortunate,
So
man.
sad.
I feel for Melts there. When you have so many targets on your screen, it just gets harder to shoot. If you have one target on your screen, I am sure he gets a knock there. But because he tries to do both and he gets distracted by the other player, it ends up looking real bad. But honestly, I feel bad for him.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like you're either salivating or you're like almost like surprised by seeing 2 players full in the open that don't know that you're there. It's so unfortunate to not be able to convert even like a single down from there. It could have been a very, very different game there for Melts.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Also, I mean, you have to give credits to Lucifer there, right? He gets a triple. He gets a triple on that tank door. That is
baby.
Against anyone with that gear, it's really, really hard against some of the best players that we have. Massive stuff. One thing that we have to mention really quick, there was a little bit of controversy about a red being extracted by GL. Everything is fine. The reds weren't the rules on reds weren't super clear. I think they put it in one of the retrieval stations and then put it back out later. That is not allowed, but that wasn't super clear. So nobody's going to get punished because players just didn't know. Everything's totally fine. Just so everybody knows for the future. That's not something you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to use the retrieval stations. We clarified it now. ABI is absolutely fine with what happened, but just wants to clarify this. We have one more map, guys. One more map of ABI coming at you tonight from us. So we're going to go to a really short break, and we will come back. We have Northridge.
Doing it, but so many people play tournaments and win tournaments in this way. This is
who didn't manage to hold the tank.
what you do.
If there was a third player,
You play smart. You don't full sin.
Against Melts in the end, and then they could have walked away.
I love our comms right now, boys.
So
Let's
that
keep
could
it
have been
up.
a completely different story.
Yeah, I'm fucking with it.
Same thing for Melts.
He said, I love our comms. As I yelled at Nero to leave like 8 minutes straight.
Whip me later, okay?
Whip me later.
I'm gonna just like fucking leave, and I just see Banville. I know Banville was holding Neuro just in case, but like, I was like, "Fuck, dude, what if you get ratted right now?"
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make your blood pressure go up, old man.
Holy shit!
It's not the difference to second place that matters.
Yes!
It's the difference to third.
That's what we like to see.
We're 40 mil ahead, boys. We are 40 mil ahead. Oh, shit. Wait, we could take first if we go crazy or not.
We go crazy, but we fucking play the way we've been playing. We're playing it right.
We do not let someone else get 40 mil this raid. We do not let someone else get 40 mil.
No. Every kill you get, you fucking kill them. Full dead.
Nice one, bro. Good
Full,
call.
no, full dead. Like, I don't care of anything. You just full kill. Like,
ABI being played out today. Basically, 4 of our 5 teams, I would argue that GL, Lucifer, and Styx are all just kind of, running at whatever close POI they get, maybe getting into a fight, and then just reacting to whatever happens at that point without really wondering what they should be doing.
That will be better.
W for GL, W for Lucy. Really.
I just seen a clip from Lucy. He killed 3 people from GL's team.
Damn.
But see, the GL
They're
is also
pushing
pushed. They
to
pushed. They
1
pushed.
minute. Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
pushed. They don't stay. They don't wait.
He died. He died by someone.
You see my clip?
Ja, just saw that. And you ran gestern. Like, what? But luckily you went flying.
I knocked the
Seriously.
guy and I insta died. Like insta.
Yeah.
It's okay. Var. You know who's the secret winner? Okay, don't say that.
Good vibes all across the board there. I love to see it. I love to see it from both sides, right? Top of the leaderboard is happy. Bottom of the leaderboard is happy as well. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Corbry, big step up that game, right? Massive jump on the leaderboard. You can tell that they're happy about it. Their reaction, just seeing the scoreboard, just absolutely ecstatic. You love to see it. The strategy coming in from his teammates saying, "Oh, we go crazy, we go for first." I'm not sure if that's really the way to go.
No. That's how you lose.
He instantly reels them back in and just says, "Just finish everybody that you see. You get a knock, you finish that player. Nobody can get 40 mil. You're not getting 40 mil with 2 players. I think you're not getting 40 mil with 3 players, but I'm not a mathematician, right? So any flush you get is absolutely massive. And there's one team that you're mainly worried about. That is GL. That is the closest competitor. Everybody else is so far behind that I'm not sure if that's even possible.
Highlighting Corbry for one last moment as well. He is a fantastic IGL, using his experience within the genre and in esports to just truly put his team on the correct path. They're just reading the lobby like a book so far. Even if not in first place, they're definitely playing an extremely easy game that is based on the macro of their strategy, not like the micro of how they're taking fights. That being said, if there's ever one team or GL, and specifically one player on his team is going to shine, it is going to be Northridge. Nick, one of the players on this team, got so much value in the last midseason clash on his own, canceling out extracts, like just triggering them early at Hotel, so the teams that are inside couldn't use them. Big braining, like, all right, so they can't go here. Dam's already taken. Like, just extrapolating with logic, just based on the options they have to try to cut them off. He was, in the last midseason clash, he was like 10 seconds late on a massive 2-man ambush onto Solo and his team. I think that GL's team is going to be the gang to watch going into this Northridge game.
Absolutely. This is their one chance. Their one chance to rectify what's happened this evening. They were the favorites coming into this, and they have been swept aside so far. They have been put into 3rd place, a respectable 3rd place so far. They're still in reach, and they've got numbers that are somewhat doable, I want to believe, but it's not where they want to be. They wanted to be on top of that leaderboard, so big blow to them so far. Let's see if they can bring it back. Northridge, it's Hotel Central, but if you're getting a wipe on the outside, that is insane amount of gear that you can get away, and because there's a little bit more distance, the chances of extracting it might be a little better. Western spawn around the Beekeeper's mansion for Zoo. I want to see where all of our teams are. I want to get a bit of an overview, see where everybody's spawning, see who's getting that hotel spawn as well.
Yep. South Village, one of the worst spawns. Well, not one of the worst. It's not a great spawn to get to hotel, but it is still where they're going to be heading. Very rare spawn that Mike's is getting. Get right next to the dam outside of sewage. Looks like they'll also be riding towards hotel. And looking over here at Lucy, a little bit of GeoGuessr. Where are we? Well, they're on the move. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that is the forest south of Com Station, moving away from it. Again, towards hotel. Whereas there was Corbry there actually taking the Com Station proper, and then
is
GL.
Nobody really on a good hotel spawn?
No one has a good hotel spawn. The dam
think none of those teams have a good hotel spawn. And generally, I feel like if you're not getting a good hotel spawn, you gotta be really respecting other teams getting there first, right? Which is something we know isn't happening. The players don't, so I think the dam spawn actually ended up being the closest to hotel that we saw.
Yep, we got 3 teams that are heading there. I believe that Dam is going to get there first. GL looting sewage, Corbury looting comm station. So probably going to be a 3-way fight happening here. The interesting thing here is that I don't think that anybody is super miffed not getting like the Giga close spawn. If you're going to hotel late, you're just kind of accepting that you're unlikely to be able to properly contest any safes. But I think that we're probably going to be seeing the safes instead split up maybe 2 or maybe even 3 different ways. Like, yeah, the Dam team is going to get the hotel first, but they're probably not going to be able to get the safes that are on the southeastern building, I believe building D in the projection room properly, before the second and maybe even third team arrives. Tewi, sitting in the... this is somewhere in Dam. Is this the retrieval box room? I'm not exactly sure which room this is, but I think he's waiting for someone to pop this extract.
Honestly, right? I think there could be big brain in this one, right? You're so far ahead, it's enough to hamper other teams. Again, it's a similar thing, right? That Corbury's going for. Let nobody form an extract. What if you're just camping every extract you can and you're just trying to get one guy flushed, one guy knocked and out of the lobby? Even if all teams come to you with a 4-man, if you're able to take them down to 3-man, nobody's getting that 4 mil extract, right? So, 4 mil, I say 40, that's what I mean. They might be big brain in this one, and I think that's completely valid. They could also just be having a bit of fun, because I think they're not the team in trouble if somebody plays a massive round. Aubrey is the team that still has a lot of irons in the fire.
Looks like Lucy popping some nades. They were able to get quite a few of the safes, but Zoo on the lower floor is going to be testing the hotel. Projection. Oh, red, yeah, found another access bridge. Very, very nice.
That's GL as well, I think. That's GL coming from sewage, coming from sawmill.
That's what they need.
Oh, that's exactly what they need. Big fight, though. Zoo, open up versus Lucifer. Oh, the timing on that is absolutely crazy. Oh, he would have been dead to rights. The Volt coming out. 2-side swing, though. On both sides. Clearing up the angles. They are getting firmly pinched here.
That door for Bestia spells death. You can't peek that, but there's a lot of different rotation routes that you can see in this map. It looks like Bestia holding the door while his teammates spreading out through the hotel, seeing if they can't punish this position on the balcony. Couple defensive nades coming out. Both teams attempting to punish a push through this door. Still being used, but a flank on the bottom floor. It looks like it has demolished Bestia's entire team. And then the final kill coming out here too. What just happened?
Man, they just completely swept them aside. I thought it was a pinch. I thought it was 2 players on each from one team, but it was actually just outside versus inside. But man, that looked dominant as heck. That might have been the cleanest fight we've ever seen. That might have been the first 4-0 we have ever seen. No casualties. Labsrat already losing 1. Even if he gets knocks here, even if he gets downs. Oh, they already have lost a player. That is so big. Nick is out.
You can't preserve the red here. You gotta, like, if these guys are fighting, I think that you kind of just have to take it. The red plus 4 players of loot should be enough, but, oh wait, with one less player to carry loot, if you lose one more player on this team, I think that you're just done.
The red kind of does. The red helps a ton, though, right? It's just they have to win this fight. They just have to win it.
As 3.
Yeah. If they keep this clean and they win it, I think they're in it. But if they even win it just with 2, I think they're out of the question, right? That's something that they should know as well. But they just gotta win the fight. If they let the other team get away here, they would hate to see that. It's such a bad spot to be in. You can't just force a fight that's not good for you, right? You cannot force every fight that you see on the map. You put yourself in bad spots when you're pushing headlessly. But they cannot afford to not win out on this.
Not often you see some fights happening here on Dam. I actually am not sure. So we saw one fight above the sewage hills, and we see a second fight in Dam by Mike's towards Hotel. I believe we're seeing actually GL in his own fight, but on like further west, I think this is Mike's versus Corbry based on the routing that I saw Corbry taking last time. I could be
Are we sure this is not GL shooting down? Oh, there's a knock coming in. Love the smoke coming up, by the way. I love the smoke to cover a teammate. We don't see that much. When there's only 2 smokes in play. Love to see it. Keeps him out of misery there. But yeah.
Oh, I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Yeah, this is GL versus Mike's.
Smoke did the job, though. Got him out of dodge for now. This is getting really hard for GL.
Could be a third team in the area. As I said. Oh no, Showdown caught out in the open. Limbs taken down. Armor is shredded, leaving only Mike and Hicks up. 3v2 in favor of GL plus the red. If they can convert this, this is their opening into this game.
Yeah, this is everything is going according to plan. They need this wipe. They need to loot it up.
Deny the extract.
Oh, that's... My god, that could be so massive. That could be so massive here. I mean, they can literally ruin this. They can... We're not that far into this game just yet. But in other games, there's definitely a world where you just deny the kills here as well. You could, not just by running away. You could literally just jump off a really fall cliff. Or blow yourself up to deny the points here. This is not the team that needs it, though. Corbry's team needs GL to not wipe this. Mike's team, they don't really have a horse in this fight, right? They can just take the best fight they can get.
I think that the big thing here as well is that GL's team has so much pressure right now, right? They're 3 up. They can't lose any. And the appeal of winning this fight and then getting an instant extract is so high. Popping the damn extract is just basically dangling the carrot in front of GL's face. Like, just basically just begging him to make a mistake. It looks like GL, however, is not taking the bait. Mike getting that head tapped a little bit. Look, this is why that H4 is still so good from range. Just high rate of fire suppression, even beyond effective range, is so effective, even in the face of a DMR.
Yeah. The question is he just getting out? Are they at all interested in taking this extract themselves? The question again, could deny the points, deny the kills, the money. We haven't really seen what Hicks is doing, but he's out.
He's out.
That's 1 kill gone. That's so bad. That's so bad for GL. There's still a lot of other teams in the lobby, though. GL's team can absolutely still make this work. They're absolutely still in the running. They started off well, but losing 1 player is big.
Mike's big brain falling off the high ground angle just at the correct timing, where if he kept running, he would have made it to the extract. Now, not moving, full gargoyling, waiting to see if GL is going to take this fight. A couple bodies here in the forest. I believe if there's 2 here, this could be some of the Mike's teammates. I haven't gotten a status update on what exactly is going on with Corbry specifically, but if this is only 2 bodies, I believe this is just Mike's teammates. It's only 2 bodies secure and a red. That's approximately 30 mil. It's not enough.
Just think about this as well, right? We keep talking about the 40 mil gap. That gap does not mean that Corbry gets 0 money this game, right? That is...
Yeah.
We are thinking the minimum, the absolute minimum you have to hit is 40. There's still an entire 4-man squad for Corbry that is playing against you, and that... Could third party a hotel, could third party this fight if they do find it at the right time, and absolutely close that door in your face.
Stuns coming out, zapping anyone who could be in the high ground. Shouldn't be any hit markers there. They definitely, if they're committing this much util, then they are, well, I guess committed to not being fooled right now. Just basically playing even without complete information, as if somebody was still in here. Looks like a couple extracts popping out from Lucy's team. Very surprised to see that. Just trying to commit as much of that loot out from their successful team fight. Melts popping the door. He was holding left last time we saw. Is he still there? No. He's far, holding long. Melts going down, but not out. GL Melts providing some suppressing fire. Head low HP on the other side, as we see in the pip. You're going for the instant res as GL pushing hard on the front, buying time for his team. Catches him going for the rail. He sees the attempted escape. This is going to be GL's time to push Mike's as hard as he can.
Oh, he's running him down. He's not letting him go anywhere. I love it. I love it. GL taking matters into his own hands. Running him down, chasing down his prey, looking for more, realizes there's nothing left, there's no more. But he gets the one, gets another package of loot. No running away. More and more catching up to do. But look, there's only 5 players left in the raid, man.
Will the stars align? We saw Lucy extract with 2 players after a successful fight in Sim. We saw a flash of that for a second. So 2 players from that team still around, still in the running. I think that both teams are looking for the same thing here, right? Like they both need gigantic, massive games. We talked a lot about GL being in that position, but we've already seen Aura and Siri. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that this is the team that won the fight inside of Cinema. They're here, I think.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness! Wait, are we camping the unlooted bodies outside of sewage? Oh my goodness!
I don't think that body's unlooted either, but that's still an HK there. So unless that's, I don't think that's an HK they have put on that body. I think that's something that's left. They're definitely rechecking these bodies, right? They see that the map is super quiet. They see that a lot of players have extracted. I think that they're surely going back to that body, and then Lucifer can just get a flush and just ruin that game entirely.
There's 2 or 3 bodies in that area. This is literally the win, and like GL, they can't be leaving H4s behind. Those things are 800k. The attachments alone, you can strip one of these things. You know, stock pad 90k, mags, 80k before ammo. There's so much money held up in those primaries alone, and Lucifer knows that. I really hope this isn't like a spectator bug that we're seeing, that the guns have actually been taken. But last time I saw when GL made that push, he made a quick armor swap and then he just went. So last time I saw those bodies, they still had that gear on them. And I think that what we're seeing right here, gear being swapped out, dropping his own stuff, putting on the new gear. God, I think they're going into looting and Tetrising mode.
Yeah.
I personally really struggle to swap from loot optimization to are we clear? Where could people be? Like, what are they doing? It's a really, really hard thing to multitask, especially when the stakes are so high and the margin for error is so thin.
The saving grace here is that they have 15 minutes, right? 60 minutes. So they're not under the same amount of pressure. We will rewatch that early fight.
I kill one.
I kind of missed this one. Aubrey,
there's one that
got an opening not fought really early.
I'm dead.
They get absolutely lasered here. I think that might have been that first. Oh yeah, that was the fight where we said they have to close this out. They have to push this. That was the first fight from Labsrat. So they actually took out the direct competition, and we're basically looking at a 4 mil round, 40 mil round to qualify.
No.
Just because we saw Lucy sit there, I'm not a believer. And yeah, there's the flush coming through.
Hold up. I heard some shots. I think that GL just lost a player. I think that we just heard the moment where Lucy activated, taking, I think, one down, and now trying to put a couple of shots through that Moto visor. A couple of dings in the helmet already. He's getting suppressed hard. Yeah, flushed down, so 2v2 full. That is so bad for GL. I think that, you know, this fight is going to go however it goes, but the ball is in Lucy's court for if they're going to be able to extract with a big money raid.
Yeah, that is so rough. You're not getting that out with 2 players. I don't see how you ever would. Maybe they just have absolute insane levels of loot maximizing. They've brought it down to just Lucifer at least. They've taken out Brimsy. The fight is winnable. But you gotta win the whole war. You can't just win the fight. You can't just get out with your 20, 30 mil here. Oh, so much damage being done.
Thinking out loud here, I see Brimsy. I think that he might be down here. I think that both teams, so, I mean, we were talking about mutually assured success earlier with that farm extract. This feels a lot like mutually assured destruction. Both of these teams need to have, 3, 4 players alive for these extracts. Lucy now finding himself in a 1v2 after, again, I believe losing Brimsy here. He needs a lot of money. GL needs a lot of money, but I don't know if both of them can now just, from sheer loot capacity, really make it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I know that they extracted a lot of gear, right? There's no way they got these 2 players out and without fully loading them up. They don't know about the red, though, so they're missing that card. That's one card that GL can still play, but... I just also think GL had a reasonably big advantage before this round started. So they've probably caught up there. They're probably really close around each other, but I just don't think a 2-man extract can ever do it.
Yeah, maybe like a bag full of M95. Or, like I was mentioning before, you know, another red. You have a bag full of loot and then 2 reds. That could be what brings you out. Like, a red is basically a loaded up player at an extract. Like, that is a possibility. Now, I'm really, really wondering if that's what GL's team is going for at this point. We've seen the disengage on the east side of Dam, kind of towards sewage from GL. Don't know what the other teammate is doing as well. It does make a lot of, like, sense logically to, if you have 2 bags full of loot, to then just be spreading out communication station, cable car, every jacket, every toolbox, every single object that could have a red, to just go and start looting instead of looking for this fight.
That's fair enough. I just wonder if they ever got the red. We also know that they're not both going looting, right? We know that one of them is stick around. I wonder if they ever picked up a mechanical armor, because I don't think they did. I don't think they did at all, because that's way more where Lucifer is than where they are right now. So,
oh my god.
I think, he's also. I think he has to win this fight just for the space and the time that it's going to give them. But he's going to run out into the open here.
He's looking 2x, very, very good at seeing through this vegetation, coming back out. Lucifer chucking, I mean, whatever he's got, right? I don't think he was expecting that to be a smoke grenade. GL, though, now, like, it's pretty hard to hear from this range if someone's there, especially considering, I believe, GL wearing the SA-65. But hearing some of those util coming in, like, yeah, you know he's still there. Meanwhile, we are seeing the teammate of GL on the access bridge going for, holy crap, he went wide north, wrapped around sewage, all the way to the bridge, crossing behind Lucifer. GL's not trying to take this fight. He's just trying to buy time for the flank.
He's trying. He's also coming from the angle where the red is, so he might be able to scoop that up in the process.
2 and 1.
Should be. I mean, I just don't know if it's enough, man. I don't know the maths. I don't know how much they already extracted with, for example, with Lucifer, because they have already sent 2 players extracting. They can still get a 3-man extract. I don't fancy his chances here. I think the flank is just way too powerful. So I think he should be losing this. But is it ever enough for GL?
Oh, man, listen, I know these dudes are Hawkeye. I know they got eyes like eagles. But I'm really, really, really regretting the red dots I'm seeing right now. Like, if you're trying to scan every single tree and look through every single crack of, like, in every bush, you're gonna miss things with just a 1x. And I think Lucifer, looking behind, snaps behind. I believe both players on opposite sides of this hill.
Oh my god.
He's creeping so slowly. You see him, he's right above that little red cone if you missed him.
He's heard him. Melts has heard him. I think Lucifer thought he heard something, but then went, probably nothing. Melts is lining him up. Melts is going to put him down. He's had his rats before. They haven't worked out in the past, and it's another win for Melts. It's actually massive.
No!
Melts, no way! Not again!
Oh my goodness, what a 2v1 for Lucifer! Again, this guy has had the most insane PvP plays throughout the entire event.
That is so sick! He's already got 2 players out. There's no way that he gets the red, right? There's no way there's a red in that inventory that Melts has right now. He's gonna take his HK, throw it away, pick up 1 of Melts. He's going to loot the whole body. He's going to run down, loot GL. Take 1 million M995. What's his extract here, Seal?
Oh my god, where'd they spawn? I mean, okay, so you could have a parking lot up to the north. It's about a 200-meter walk. There's enough dog tags as well that he could hoof it up towards cable car for a 3-minute extract. However, regardless if he got a north or east spawn, we're in the middle of the map. We're on Dam. feeling a lot like farm right now, by the way. So regardless of which side he spawned in, both east and west side extracts are going to be about the same distance. So probably going to be about a 4-minute run, regardless of which spawn he got, unless he got lucky and got the parking lot extract 200 meters to his north. Now that's going to be a difference in about 2 to 4 minutes of looting, and that time where you spent potentially looking for a red or compiling all the bodies. Because remember, there's not 2 dead teams here. Corbry died here as well. There is 3 teams worth of loot in these woods. This is going to be a battle of logistics and Tetrising to see if Lucifer can do it.
What's the most weight efficient? Ammo.
I mean, he's going to be red, right? Like, it's not about weight efficiency at this point at all. It is totally about
slot
per
efficiency.
Slot value. He's going to be frogging to whatever extract he goes to. If that bag is not red, he is trolling.
Yeah. So it's about stuffing your bag with a million M995. And there's a million bodies to do it as well. That is crazy. He might literally do this. They had the craziest start as well. They were the team wiping out Cinema, right? They were the team just destroying in there, picking up all of the loot, or picking up all of the kills. And now they absolutely destroyed 1v2 here. Or 2v3, however you want to put it, GL's team. Ruined their chances completely. Corbry losing out that early fight. Probably a 1 mil or a 0 mil for Corbry in this game. If he is the god of Tetris, I think that could be enough. We don't know what Aura and we don't know what Aura and Siri extracted with, right? We don't know if they had a red. We don't know how much. They must have been super stacked. They must have been red as well. Otherwise, you don't send them out, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh my.
This is absolutely a battle of efficiency and logistics, right? You can be unpacking and searching at the same time, that kind of thing. Like all this we're seeing right now, where he's just like trying to mess around with his gun and picks other things up. Like, this is time that he could be spent also searching other bodies. And now I swear to God, 99% of the time I would never bring this up. It usually doesn't matter, but right now, when we don't know if his extracts are, a minute walk or a 4-minute marathon, this is the kind of stuff, this is the kind of math that will determine whether or not this guy can optimize his value, or even, honestly, if he MIAs.
I mean, he's got to risk it. He's got to absolutely maximize it. Yes. I mean, his teammates can kind of do the math in a way, right? His teammates can see how much did we extract with, how many frags have we gotten, how many kills have we had, how much value are we on right now. And they can give him a very good estimate because they killed... I mean, oh no, they didn't kill Corbry. They don't actually know if Corbry got out with anything. They can only tell him, like, a ballpark number of what they've already achieved. I mean, I guess they can watch the stream, right? They can check. They can see, all right, these guys are dead. Oh, man.
Okay. I like what I'm seeing so far. I
think he's doing the exact right thing. He's just maximizing ammo, right?
Yep, we're maximizing ammo. We're unpacking magazines. We are dropping things that are unvaluable while we are unpacking magazines. This is exactly what we would be doing. Now, one way we could optimize even further, I see a 200K scope on that gun. Yep, there it goes from the SVD on to the backup H4. Like, he is maximizing as much as he can. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left. He is not moving in the direction I thought he was getting. Okay. So I missed one extract before, by the way, parking lots as well as the east-west, but also the access bridge, the flanking route that was used against him does also have a time extract on it, as well as the lifeboat, which I'm not sure which mode of the map this is, but it should, at this point, just be a paid extract. So if he has the bridge extract, the time extract, that is going to be pretty easy to get to. And even I saw it. I saw the red smoke in the distance. Okay, he has the red extract, or the bridge extract. He just has to frog. And Koho. Okay, I swear to God, this I would never normally bring this up. He's frogging really unoptimally. He's frogging real unoptimally, man. I don't want to bring it up, but it's just true.
All of his skill points are in clutching the hell up. All right? He's not a frogger like you. What did he just see in that trade? I think he's got it. He's fine. He can just walk this. 3 minutes 30.
Absolutely.
Like, he doesn't have to be a frogging expert.
Red?
He just has to absolutely destroy GL, 1v2 them. Give his team a chance. I think this might have been the guy. This is the same guy that 1v3'd in Tank Door, by the way. Got taken down by Mills. Mills took his face off. And now he returns the favor. 1v2s. I mean, I'm going to be heartbroken. I am going to be heartbroken. I'm not playing. But if he doesn't end up making it, if it ends up being... Oh my god, Observer's cooking, by the way. If he ends up a few mils short, I'm very sad.
Yeah.
But he's got 2 teammates already out. And his gear value must be absolutely insane right now.
This is going to be the biggest number he's ever seen. Also, my whole... frogging critique, definitely not important if he gets this extract. I thought I saw some red smoke. I wonder if it's not rendering. This is where it's going to be if we see that UI pop up. Yeah, there it is, right there, behind this car. So he's totally fine. Doesn't even need to be doing any of that. He's definitely, the adrenaline is pumping. He doesn't have to optimize anymore. Now, what I do wonder, and what I'm wondering, Koho, did he hit all the bodies in that forest? Because he had 2 minutes left. He had a 2-minute gap where he could have spent collecting more loot.
You empty the 100 rounders, right? You empty the 100 rounders, you throw them away. I don't know how expensive they are. I know the ammo is giga expensive.
Like
I just
80K.
saw Warren in chat. I just saw Warren in chat saying it's not that expensive on this client. Remember, it's a tournament client. The market might work a little different. And a 100-round mag is still containing like 1.5 stacks, right? But you're missing out on 1.5 stacks of 995 there. So
90 rounds.
If the 995 is dominating the value equation, then you would empty those. If you could maybe get some drum mags. The drum mags can never be worth it. Never mind. So
because it's a 1x2 and a 1x3. Like there's so much like math that you can do. And the annoying thing as well is the muscle memory is different because, like Warren was saying, the math is different. You know, these guys, they grind this game nonstop. For me, if I have a 60 round, 100 rounder, I'm not unpacking those normal, right? That's money, that's loot, that's value. But now the math is different.
Oh man, it's also. There's so much in this. I mean, there's also, he's got 3 dudes in his ears just telling him everything.
Oh my god.
Right? Like, he's got 3 dudes saying, oh, unpack this, body there, on me. Like, on the tree, bro, on the tree. Yeah, that tree. And no, I mean the other tree, you know? There's probably a lot going on in his ears right now. Man, like, I don't even know. You've never had to optimize like that. You could even set, like, some of them could even stop spectating and go to the market and check money values on ammo and stuff like that, right? That's even something you could do. But there's so much to do and you just don't know. There's one thing that chat just brought up. Again, Twitch chat are the wisest. If he's not in the finals with his team, he's in the finals in Mayhem.
Oh, we're seeing Lucifer.
The hell out.
Yeah.
Like, he deserved his spot. He earned his spot for sure.
Dude, I can't wait to see him again. Like, he's in the finals. God. He's either in Mayhem or with his own team. Regardless of what happened, he earned his spot. Oh my goodness.
I just heard from production that the API broke for this game. And they have to count the scores manually, guys. They're going to take a bit here.
1 M995, 2 M995. No, it's not that bad. Just the numbers.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't blame the code, you know? Like, this is not supposed to be happening. We're not supposed to be mathing that hard. Replays are coming in. We've got some highlights of this round. Damn. I came into this round thinking about how can I hype this up because probably nothing's going to happen.
No.
I was so wrong. I was so wrong.
Man. Dude, this fight in cinema was like, honestly, a huge highlight as well. We missed the POV that was slaughtering everyone. Wait, it was Lucifer here too. Oh my god. Oh my, it's always him. It's always him. This man is the goddamn GOAT.
This guy's This guy's an animal.
What's up, guys?
Bro, imagine. Look at Sticks and POV, and then it's like, oh, I'm knocked. Oh, you're dead. Oh, we're all dead. Okay. Unlucky. Oh my god, that is so crazy. There's the Nick third party. There's the Nick third party. GL took that fight, took it well. I want to see the Melts POV, honestly. I don't know if Melts was streaming. But he must have been so mad.
I don't know whose team that is.
Yeah, oh, that's why you want to see it, because you want to see the reaction. Oh man, yeah, three-way fight going on here. Corbury, this is their POV from this perspective. That plateau just full of bodies getting dinged in the head over and over and over again, getting taken down. I almost wonder, with Corbury, they were trying to ruin the chances of every other thing, but I wonder if by dying in this area, if they did the exact opposite of what they intended.
Yeah.
No, no sé, no,
Man,
no.
I thought they were so safe, and I think they felt pretty safe too. And I think they realized at the very end here that it just wasn't as good as they thought it would be. Mike's gets hunted down by GL. GL not letting him get away with anything there. Lucifer gets the freebie on the rat angle, right? Sets himself up. He sees that HK, he sees that body, he knows he's gonna get a freebie, so he just puts another one on the board. But I want to see the end, bro. I want to see him take that 1v2 because that was just insanity.
Dude, crazy build on the M4 or the H4 too, using like a booster pad on top of the gun. Most people try to get the optic as close to the gun as they can, but I want that build code. That was quiet. It was quiet.
This one's gonna be loud though.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Lucy, you are smurfing! Back everything at the
Yes, Smurfing.
Oh my god, indeed, dude. What a replay. That was the best match we've seen in the past 2 days, Koho.
He is Smurfing. Holy, I just don't know, man. I thought Corbury's team was locked in. I thought like 40 mil, not 40 mil, like in total, 40 mil of a gap. You just gotta get a few, like you gotta get some sort of escape, right? You gotta maybe flush one guy, try to loot him. Maybe just skirt around the edges of the map looking for a red or something, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. I thought they were super fine. And Lucifer just said, I'm killing the whole of hotel, and then I'm going down, and I'm killing everybody there. Like, what?
Dude, Armory happened, and he was just like, wait a minute, I'm the best player in the game. Like, I forgot. Wait, okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. And another important thing to note as well is we were talking about like the 40 mil gap, like, but it could get bigger. All Corbury did that game, I believe, was loot comm station and then die in the woods. I don't think there's any loot in the woods, and comm station has a single safe. But it doesn't. Regardless, secure containers don't count. They didn't extract with any people. They full wiped. So the 40 mil gap is confirmed. What we're working with beyond what kills that Corbury's team may or may not have gotten.
Yeah, I think so too. I think literally a kill could make the difference, but I just have no clue. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know how much that backpack was worth, right? I don't know. And even if we did, we have no clue what his teammates extracted with, right? We have no clue what his teammates extracted with. They sent 2 guys out and they cleaned up that entire hotel. They could loot all the hotel safes, right? That gets added on top. There could be reds in there. We don't know about that at all. But oh man, I think production is offering us a Lucifer listening. I'm down. I'm down to chill a bit on Lucifer stream until we actually do see the leaderboard.
Yeah, I could take the bridge actually.
Oh, that's a big replay.
Abis, sponsor when? Sponsor Lucy, oh my god.
Oh, the APM, dude.
That guy's locked in. Not sure what he's taking painkillers for. Probably gonna drop them later.
Remember, you got only few seconds.
A few seconds?
Oh, 2 minutes, sorry.
Sorry, I'm a few minutes.
His teammate's stressing me out more than the whole situation, man. What do you mean? You got 8 minutes left.
Yeah, I have plenty of time to go this shit up. If I don't get fucking slammed by some mother yuck, you know?
So teammate's body, but I think that the teammate had already
Oh my god, he
replaced
has
the
an FA
moto
multi.
with
I
someone
might
that he
be
killed
fucking
in
up
cinema,
crazy
so
stuff.
doesn't have that tag.
Yeah, I'm parting HKs,
So it
dude.
is valid loot.
It's surprising to me is that he's doing all of this.
Because you had only your
so
shit,
there's actually
right?
no backseating going on. He's just running his own game.
Sorry, what?
Right.
I think
Yeah,
that.
they got only my stuff.
Okay.
Oh, here it comes though.
8 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the bike way. You can take my bike way. Take my bike way.
Is it enemies?
There it is.
Yes. Should be, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we got plenty of stuff
yeah,
here.
the extraction is behind me on the bridge.
Maybe change the HK with enemies HK.
I have both enemies HKs.
Okay.
Ah, he's really good at this.
If
So he's unpacking while looting other stuff, unpacking while organizing. This is clean.
I take
You left
back
us
any
leaders,
doubt
no?
that I had. Yeah, I take back any doubt that I had. Like all like the backseating that I was doing on the cast. My bad. I was wrong. Like this guy. I mean, I pride myself in my optimizations, but this guy's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit of time here, but again, like the only thing that I'm concerned about is I know that Corbury's team, if we're like looking at where we are right now, is northwest on the other side of this plateau. I didn't see Lucifer come here. I don't actually know if anybody secured that loot. 2 minutes is a long time if you're going, if you're going away from your extract.
It's not even a rush. It's a simple
run around, scout, and then double back. Also, they probably, frankly, don't have a good way of knowing that Corbury's team was even there in the first place.
Yeah, I think so as
again,
well.
2 minutes is a long time to have extra, like in a situation like this.
Yeah.
I love the comments in the chat how we killed them. How much Lucifer face melts to miss that kill?
I just want to see the numbers, man.
Give me the numbers. Oh man, I'm just trying to think about like how I would handle this, because like you can do field rush, and then have like a bunch of multis in your bags. But people aren't bringing multis; they're bringing these giant freaking 4x4 rigs, and the Tetris ability. Like, look at this. The Tetris ability of the SC Type 3 is simply not there.
Yeah.
A repaired SA65.
I still think he's so good at this.
Too.
He's like, there's no like wasted actions. I feel like everything he's doing is actually correct.
Yeah.
At the speed that he's doing it.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yep.
I wonder how much the suppressors are on this client.
Well, that doesn't actually.
By the way, guys, we have interviews
Yeah,
with every
minutes.
of the
I believe I'll make it,
captain
though.
of the qualifying teams coming up. So we are gonna see
Do you make
Mike
it?
I believe so, yeah.
and whoever's in second place
If you make
on
it,
the interview.
I think we are second, maybe.
Obviously, production doesn't want to jump the gun here. We don't want to jump the gun.
Yeah,
on
I'm happy with that.
interviewing a team that might not even be in the finals. So we gotta wait for the numbers here. We gotta wait for the stats.
And this begins the frog. The longest frog I've ever seen. Not really, actually, but definitely the most tense frog I've ever seen.
I dropped my shit. I only took enemy shit. I parted like 6 HKs. Unloaded 400 round mags. I think I have like
Sounds finished.
6 or more mags.
Yeah, he's finished.
In my
Somebody in
rig.
chat was
You know
asking.
more than I would.
Yeah. This was a big hoover.
Go, champ. Go, go.
Big let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might
like,
be enough.
I see like
Who knows?
small optimizations,
We
like
just
loading
ran
the 100
bridge.
rounders.
safe
the
house.
60 rounders.
Yeah, but like how much
but
how much are you optimizing versus how mad are you if you're not making it by 30 seconds, right? It's not like you know. It's not like you know.
No, I
Okay,
checked
I'm gonna
everything
get there
that I
with 2
could.
minutes.
I checked
You're like,
everything that
okay,
I could, like
I'll
stripped every
probably
HK
get
that I
there.
could. And,
yeah.
So
And
camera,
I'd rather
we've
have,
already
like, a
seen
minute
that
of
can
safety
happen.
time.
see you. Wonder,
Right, like Critical didn't make
You
it
saw
from
it?
a Mars to seconds
Yeah.
plus
No.
because he dropped his money.
I see
Nate
you.
didn't make it by 2 seconds.
Yeah.
When it was
Ghostbusters.
arguably one of the
Yeah.
things that was like the reason why his team, well,
Utopia?
didn't win by more, but
Yeah, didn't
it would have
matter.
been cool
Didn't
to
matter
see.
for either of them. Interestingly enough, yeah.
Yeah. I guess that also does show
I mean,
that
GL
it happens to the best of us.
today, GL went MIA on Valley, right? Could have literally been the difference maker. Could have
Yeah,
put them
that
in a
was a
different position for this
considerable
last game.
margin, though. Yeah.
Would have put them in a completely different situation for this last game, right? Would have put them under way less pressure.
I mean, yeah, like
I'm gonna
and
nade it.
the
I'm
really
gonna nade the
tragic thing for
cameraman, bro.
GL is the stars were aligning,
I'm
right?
here.
They had the red, even despite losing a player. Like they still had the thing that basically gave you an additional
Saves it?
player's
Bro,
worth
how
of
much you got?
loot,
Like 20 mil?
I don't know. I can't see the value.
and they
on
still
these servers.
it
I
just
have
wasn't
100
quite enough.
I have
The flank
108
from
kg,
Melts,
so that should be like
not quite
And
able
last
to
time,
get the initial
kills, we
burst.
got like
Yeah.
7 kills.
Truly tragic.
where's the extraction?
But
here?
honestly,
In front of me?
truly nutty
I don't have the smoke, so
from Lucifer.
Yeah.
I think it's like on this van.
You're
though.
fine. You are fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're on the last step here.
Let's see. Did I clutch second place
Last
or no?
step for the admins counting,
How much?
making sure that
don't
we
know.
didn't miss
See.
a red is what the admins are doing at the moment. Oh my. Also, of course it has to break on the last game, right? Of course it has to break now
Mhm.
when the scoreboard is this close. Yeah, I think I was surprised again. I was surprised again by how different the Armory played. I was surprised by how a team that I thought had no chance just rolled up to the last round and just destroyed, right? I think we were looking at 30 mil or something versus an 80, something like that, like something completely impossible.
Mhm.
I feel like I still don't know. I want to say it wasn't enough, but I just have no idea, honestly. It's all just feelings. It's all just guesswork at this point. We also don't know if Corbury locked in a kill or not, right? We don't know if they took away a mil or two there. We saw them get some knocks. We don't know if they were able to finish any of these.
Mhm.
Oh, man.
The only
All we know is we have some absolute banger players in here, and Lucifer is definitely one of them.
The only true thing that we know about Corbury's role in that whole thing was their loot was probably not taken at any point. It probably was just left in the woods. That fight way too long, way too chaotic, and the teams that won they didn't have anywhere close to perfect information on what was exactly going on there. The team at Damn that had the most info for at least for the beginning half of it was Mike's. And he's dead. Like that team is gone. Everybody left is just like picking up the pieces, trying to figure out like how they can make their money, make their millions, and try to get out. And I also want to highlight GL's play as well. I think that like the macro approach was really, really good. Like sending the one player out behind it to go for the flank, keeping GL in the dam in case, first of all, secure the loot, make sure it doesn't get nabbed up if they were to leave, as well as to bait audio and bait noise and say like, hello, I'm right here, don't go anywhere. Like you can't take this loot, you can't let me take this loot, so we both have to sit here. It's one of the major benefits that you have in the game by being a duo versus being a solo. It gives you that tactical flexibility to actually make plays, and whereas the solo just has to be reactive and then clutch up or die trying. Lucifer, obviously, the former of the two.
It's crazy because I think he sort of heard something. I think they heard each other at the same time. And Lucifer was like, I think that was probably nothing. And Melts immediately started just sneaking, right? He immediately hit that caps button, immediately slowed all the way down. And Lucifer turns around, and then it still doesn't work out for Melts. I think like that it's really unfortunate, right? It's the tree sort of gets in the way just as he starts shooting. Like everything just goes as bad as it could have been. But they would have loved to lock that in. They would have loved to close that out. We have, I think, confirmed from all teams there was no reds being looted. So I think the admins are on their last little step of counting up all the scores. You have to understand they have to look at everything that they can see. Some of these guys extracting with very different loot values. Everything is very different. Everybody is really locked in. I think Lucifer's team didn't even realize they got asked the question by the admin, so that delayed us even more. But we should have the scores in like a minute. We are desperate here, just like you guys. We have nothing more to talk about. We talked about all of the games, and we have no clue. I mean, I know who's the MVP of today, not just because of the last game, because he did it in multiple games. I know that we have to talk a little bit more about Mikey's because they just destroyed the leaderboard, right? They played a good last game, nothing major, but they got another extract out of there to make sure that gap grows a little bit more. The first 4 maps were just in their hands. They were super consistent.
I mean, yeah, like let's talk a little bit about like the teams that like have qualified versus the ones that might qualify, right? Because for day 1, we've got Solo and Rockstar, who I feel like between the two of them, like, you know, Rockstar having a very, very unique and like almost methodical approach to like their strategies in the game. Solo taking the crit with the big brain IGLing, generally playing like solid ABI, but a solid ABI in the context of, you know, an esports event where you're trying to take and control space. But just the entire meta and the landscape and the culture of the games today were vastly different. So whoever we see coming out of the games today, they're going to be like a major destabilizer going into the finals in the 15th.
Yes. We have a leaderboard ready. We have the scores counted. We have a leaderboard, and we know who made it. And it's still not enough. It's still not enough. Corbry on 87. Oh, man. No reds. Nothing. Didn't find GL's red because they dropped it in the bush. Remember, they dropped it before the fight. That would have closed the gap even more. Oh, that's a hard break. Lucifer completely putting his team in his backpack, but it's not enough here. GL as well. They were so far away, but so much ground being covered in that last match. Just too little, too late.
Oh, man. Yeah. 15 mil, just a bit too insurmountable. Corbry, Corbry is extremely lucky that Lucifer is the team that popped off. If that was GL and they had the same amount of loot that was afforded to them, I'm pretty sure mathematically they would have taken the spot.
Yeah. I think so. I think that would have been way more likely because there's also the red in play. They would have locked in the red in addition to all of the
absolutely.
loot.
You're right, actually. Absolutely.
Lucifer getting in there, not only getting that one flush that already made things really rough, but also clutching it up in the end. I think literally if he doesn't clutch that, they take away not one body full of 995, they take away 2 bodies, right? And the red that they can get on their way back. And then they would be in. But Corbry, Warren, the rest of the gang, the last game wasn't theirs, but on the first 4, they were super impressive as well, right? Consistently putting points on the board. Very controlled. They were sort of the Rockstar approach of today, really passive in the early game and then swooping on in. But they had some really, really good fights as well. So closing out some really good games. The first team to 4-man extract and doing it twice. So I think it deserved second place here.
And I think that ability to extract twice shows that their ability to read a lobby and like to pick a winning strategy within the lobby is second to none. I wouldn't be surprised come the 15th if we actually see a completely different team because they picked Corbry identified a winning strategy after game 1, and then they just continued to do that until they got second place. Now, the problem with this is that this is like a conservative strategy, but this isn't like a super. They're not going to get really, really big wins. And the second thing is that you need to get first place. First place beyond individual round winners is who is getting the lion's share of the prize. I wonder if that's going to change their strategy.
We'll see. They got pretty close to this one. But yeah, I mean, it's also, I think they are going to have some struggles with a team like Rockstar in the lobby, right? The more teams play passive, the more it looks like the farm game we had here in round 1, where you end up extracting with 2 dudes backpackless, right? That's all you get when everybody is just hanging out. Everybody is just chilling, doing nothing for the first 15 minutes. So you have to rely on other teams getting aggressive. And we had a lot of teams getting really aggressive. GL's team constantly pushing. Lucifer running into everything. They were really aggressive a lot of the time. And yeah, I mean, it worked out today. We're going to have to wait and see how it works out in the finals. We're going to have to wait and see if they adapt at all. Because I think as well, sticking to your guns is a real strategy. We'll be able to talk to them in a bit here. The interviews are coming up, guys. So we'll be able to ask them these questions. And we'll see what they have to say. So that's going to be really good.
I honestly think we're going to be seeing more adaptability from today's teams versus the previous day's teams. The strategies, and like from a macro perspective of what Solo and Rockstar were doing yesterday, will theoretically work in any type of lobby. But today, I'm not sure if sitting back and just trying to pick up scraps is going to work so far in the finals. But is it time? I think we have an interview coming up, right, Koa?
Here we got Mike's from Latam. They are he's Uruguayan. His teammates are all Argentinian. So he's agreed to do this interview in English. I'm very excited to hear him speak. I'm very excited for him to join us. Because it's not easy when you're out of your comfort zone. But yes, welcome, winner of the first Players team. How are you doing, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, okay, go on.
Bueno, vamos en inglés.
Yeah.
You guys were super strong on the first 4 maps. You were super consistent. Just sort of hanging around, but not super passive. I feel like there was other teams that were trying to avoid every fight, trying to do nothing. You guys took some space. You won a lot of fights. Do you think it's the way to go when you're looking at maps like Armory, where you would take in fights aggressively? Do you think that is just the better approach, or do you think it just depends on the situation?
No, it really depends on the situation, and obviously the spawn can impact on the decision on what to do. We try to study all the maps and all the spawns so we can do well on every spawn. We understood all the maps well. Not rich, but the other maps, we understood all the maps so well. And
nice. I mean, it was good. You were already qualified before Northridge, so you didn't have to know that map. Go ahead, Seal.
Yeah, which? Oh, sorry.
no, we're going to talk to you. What were you going to say?
Okay. No. We try to do third parties and just wait. I think that the time on the maps is very important to do the third parties. Just wait, not rush everything. We are not looking for wipe the lobby. Just sumando puntos, no me sale como eso.
Yeah, trying to get points. You're not trying to
get points. Yeah. Exactly.
So I have a question on mind as well. So Farm was a mess. Northridge is obviously crazy. I'm sure you agree. But like, what surprised you most about today? Despite all your preparations for the day.
Yes, the teams were rushing a lot. We didn't expect that. We expect that the teams just play slow, but that didn't expect that at all.
Same. We were really surprised as well. We were really surprised how aggressive everything was. Mikey, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the finals. We'll see you on the finals in a week. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Wait. Can I show my dog?
Oh, please? Of course. Yes.
Do you like my dog?
yeah.
Of course.
Wait.
Probably.
His name is Giannis. He's the star of my
Oh my god.
of my stream. He's a star
Oh my
and
god,
the
let's
real
go.
leader of the team.
He's the captain.
Yeah.
Nice. 100% win rate on Giannis.
Are we breaking rules by allowing a fifth member though? I don't know. I think that's a really good guy for morale.
5-man
He's a
team.
coach.
Yeah. Nice, man. Nice. Thank you so much for the interview. Have a good rest of
Thank
your
you
night.
guys. Goodbye.
Bye.
What a guy. What a guy,
What a
Colo.
guy. Oh my god. Actually brings in lovely stuff. Oh my. A lot of thing to break apart there. I think I was 100% in agreeing what I was surprised by, right? I think the aggression we saw from a lot of these teams is not what I thought was going to happen. So they were able to benefit really well. Corby's team able to benefit really well, just reading the lobby, reacting to it. I love that he talked about the studying as well, because I think it's really important and I think it really paid off, right?
And we talked a lot about like Corbury's adaptions, but you know, we didn't really highlight much about Mike's obvious adaptions as well, or adaptations rather. They went into this expecting one type of game and had to play a completely different kind, and they didn't come out in second after looting a bunch of loot in the ground. They played a game they weren't expecting to have to play, did it proactively and aggressively, and still came out on top. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with come the finals.
Yeah. Yeah. They looked really strong. They looked really clean. I love to see it. And they clearly had the best coach as well, right? So that's going to count for something. We have an interview with Corby ready and coming up. I think that's going to be really interesting. I really want to see what he has to say as well, because their game was strategically different from the rest of the lobby. I feel like I want to see how that panned out for them. I also love to see Warren qualifying. That guy seemed super chill when we talked to him a little bit before the games, trying to prepare. But yeah, I think nothing beats Giannis. I thought Lucifer was the MVP of the day, but Coach Giannis coming in there for Mike's legend.
Yeah, man. Like, I've seen a dog that looked like that. Sorry, I'm still stuck on the dog. And also, it's not even. We had a team with the tag of zoo, right? And it wasn't the zoo team that brought in an animal, like a pet into the cam. It was him. Like, hell yeah.
That's so crazy. That's good. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna show you guys as well all of the players who went through mayhem to go in for the finals. But we have the interview ready. We have Corby locked in, captain of the second place team. I think GOAT IGL is what you call them in the break. Hello, Corby. How you doing, man? Oh, can't hear you yet.
Yeah, I'm muted.
I shouldn't be.
Hey, now we hear you.
Yes, now we hear you. Very nice.
Well,
congrats on the finals.
Thank you.
I want to know, how much were you sweating, like watching the stream there in the last game? Were you in doubt at all, or were you always sure that you were locked in?
Honestly, if Lucy didn't pop off, it was over. It was over 100%.
Yeah, but I mean, it got we were not sure how close it would be. We were not sure how much they extracted with. I guess you guys probably weren't. Did you get a frag in that last game?
No, we had 3 knocks, and then we got third party from top of dam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. We win that fight, I'm pretty sure. Like tenfold if we didn't get third party.
It feels like it's kind of the name of the game, right? It's third party is everything, but it's so much easier said than done. I want to get your idea on it a little bit. We saw you just from the TV station onwards, basically getting really good third parties almost every time, cleaning up a lot of fights, cleaning up a lot of scraps. Was that something you kind of just walked into when you realized on TV station that it was working out, or was that something you guys had pre-planned to stay really slow and passive?
I mean, TV, we were a little confused. We know 2 teams were fighting Donut, but we didn't know what was going on. But it ended up being one guy looting underneath us, 2 teams fighting Donut. Then we finally rotate to Donut because we didn't hear anything. We get to Donut, it's like 4 teams dead. We have no idea what was going on. So then we just sat there and we just played passively. Like, I mean, everybody was super aggressive the entire time, and it played to our advantage. There's no reason to be aggressive if everybody else is aggressive.
For sure, agree. You go, Seal.
So, do you think that that was like your game plan going into this day? Like, did you plan to just
No.
kind of just be super passive? Okay, so you think that you're going to be playing like the same type of game or like a different strategy entirely come the finals? And if so, like, how do you think your play is going to change?
Depending, I mean, with how the teams played yesterday, they played passive, like kind of like we did, but not as passive, I'd say. So I mean, we'll probably play more aggressive. I mean, there was no place in today's tournament where aggressive play wins. If you have 2 dead, you're not getting out with a lot. But if you have all 4 up, you're getting out with a lot every time.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? The value escalates so hard. If you're winning a team fight and you're winning it with 2 people, you're not even stoked. If you're winning it with 3, it's already like such a big boost.
Oh yeah, especially we got with 4. Like 4 is
4 is
I think
crazy.
TV we came out with an insane amount.
Yeah. And EV, you came out with an insane amount, like not fighting.
You didn't do anything either, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
shot
crazy.
9 bullets. I shot 9 bullets on TV. That was crazy.
It's wild. Like, we've had 2 4-man extractions, and they were both you today. That's the only teams that ever 4-man extracted in this whole tournament. Like, out of 5 teams across, or 10 teams across 10 games. So, yeah, it's going to be sick. Is there a team that you're most excited for to see in the finals? Is there a team that you watched yesterday that you thought was impressive that you want to fight?
Yeah, both of them. To be honest, I mean, it's a different play style. The way they played yesterday was completely different than today, and that's what I want. I wish today's tournament was like yesterday's. It was just too aggressive. I felt like every fight was either 2 or 3 alive, and or nobody alive. Literally not a soul.
Yeah.
So it just didn't. I don't know. It was just passive.
It was
play.
almost too easy.
Yeah. You don't do nothing and you come out with everything. So it's kind of wild.
It's going to be harder in the finals. I can promise you that. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to see you next week and hopefully see you guys dominate. Everybody's so nice. These guys are all just fantastic. Nobody's trash talking at all. Everybody's just super chill. That was the interview with Corbry. I think super impressive as well. I love that he's what he said about the other teams as well. I love that he said, because I do feel like yesterday was a bit harder in that sense, right? Yesterday's teams were harder nuts to crack just because they played slower. But they went through today. And that fills out a bracket. That's Solo, Control, and Rockstar locking it in yesterday. Rockstar in first, Solo in second. And Mikey and Corbry locking in their slots today. And then we are going to show you, just in a matter of seconds, who that Team Mayhem is going to consist of, because they will be just a wild force to be reckoned with in the finals.
Lucifer obviously going to be on that team. The only question is, who are the 3 folks that are going to join him? And it's going to be, Lucifer, GL, Baby Rage, and Brimsy. All right, so despite GL not carrying his team into the day, his performance in the games today is still going to put him on the Mayhem squad.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick. Love GL making finals as well. I wasn't sure who really put up the frags on that squad. I know that they fragged. I wasn't sure who really got them. But Lucifer and Brimsy, Baby Rage locking it in here is going to be a squad to be reckoned with. And it is what we thought could happen, right? It's LATAM players being mixed with English-speaking players. We have a very international. We have, I think, Finland, the US. We have South America in there, probably Argentina, I think. I'm not 100% sure where Baby Rage was from, but he was Spanish-speaking. That's going to be a wild squad. But they are fraggers. They are really good at the game. I'm not counting them out at all, because if they have one guy calling the shots, and that can be Lucifer, that could be GL. I'm not quite sure about the other ones, but if they have one guy calling the shots, they could literally do really well in the finals.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be GL. I think that he was IGLing his own team, which I really like. And honestly, Lucifer honestly, he could deafen up, and I'm sure he would still perform insanely well. Just let him use his gun, and I think that might be enough for him to just carry your team to victory.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see next week, guys, on the 15th. Am I messing that up? Is it the 15th?
Nope.
15th. I think it is.
15th is correct.
15th is correct. Damn, that's not a lot of days left in the calendar until the finals. The finals are going to be at the same time on the 15th. We're going to see the best 5 teams duke it out for the 5,000 plus the 500 per game plus stickers in the game itself. So the finals are going to be there. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys then. And until then, play some more ABI.
Tiptoe, careful what you wish for. You don't wanna end up in my space, no, no, no. Wishful thinking you might get home. You might have to gamble with your life, oh, no, no. Keep on testing on my patience. There's an open invitation. 'Cause you say, then you better say it. There's no surgery but your soul. Close my eyes and I see all these demons in my